think I'm live. Sorry everyone for the small delay. I'm doing this on a new computer. So yes, it is past 9 p.m. So hi everyone. Can you hear me, everyone? Can you just type in the chat if you can hear me? Please type in the chat if you can hear me. Testing. My guests are silent. They're waiting for me. They're waiting for confirmation, I guess.
Yeah, hi.
Can you hear me? Can everybody hear me? Please type in. Can one of you go on the stream and make sure that it's all working, please? Because I should.
Yeah, I'm on the stream right now.
It's working.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, people are saying they can't hear me. That's not very nice. Don't do that. Don't do that. I'm gonna.
Oh wait.
All right, I'm gonna move this so it's not on the top of Anthony Green's head. So sorry about that, everyone.
I think they can hear me, but not you.
Where can I? Okay, I'll just put that there. No, they can hear me. I think. So I think they're just trolling me. Anyway, hello everyone. Welcome to the stream. It's gonna be a while before we start getting results, but we are here. I'm actually gonna turn Anthony Green. I'm gonna make sure that we can actually hear him a little bit because at the moment you can't hear him at all. So let me just do that. That's better. Okay. So yeah, it's going to be a while before we get some proper results. So we're just going to talk about stuff at the moment. Joining me today is two special guests. Sormon, you can say hi.
Hello, everybody. It's me again. You all know who I am.
And I also have here a new guest to the channel, and that is Max, aka Anglo Election Insights.
Oh, name reveal. G'day everyone, how are we all going?
So I just started to assemble everybody for this election. I don't remember the last time I actually did a stream on this channel for an election. It was a while ago because I've been doing them just on Sormon's channel because I've been lazy and I've just been like going to Sormon like, can you please do a stream? Please, 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 please. And Sormon's always like, yeah, sure, I'll do the stream.
And now today, I'm the lazy one.
Yeah, but I can do things like I can pull up my funny map thing and like give legalized cannabis all the seats. Oh wait, no, I've already stuffed it up. You've already seen that my program is a sham. It only has like Labour, Liberals, the Greens, and I think the Nationals actually with these small ones because I think the Greens, just in case the Greens end up getting like a whole lot of seats. So yeah, my map is a sham. I haven't actually worked it out in the house for all these other parties. So if I want to do like a funny result, I just have to put every seat on the Greens. Anyway, back to ABC because that's where all the action is happening.
Oh, I just realized that the worst person you know is in the chat. That guy's like in all these chats.
Oh, the Shrek guy. Yeah, the worst person you know.
Yeah.
I love the Shrek guy.
Did you guys? She's about Shrek. Did you see the ad for Shrek 5 the other day?
Yeah. I thought the Shrek looked a bit too cartoony. I wasn't too much of a fan. I'm on the hate side of the.
I can't believe they put it in Shrek memes. Like this is like we're living in a post Shrek meme world, which is just sad.
Well, I think the writing, like they seem to have the vibe alright. I think the problem is just they're trying to make it like appeal to the kids, and they think they need to like make it like look like every other animated film, which I think is a bit sad. But last one was New South Wales State 2023. All right, so that was a while ago. That was like 2 years ago.
Yeah, because I think last year was Tasmania, and was there anyone else last year?
Yeah, Queensland.
Right, no, Queensland was last year. Yeah, and Northern Territory, right? Because I went to Darwin, idiot me. I forgot I went to Darwin to actually do the NT election on the ground. That video was so funny. Did I show you that? Did you guys see that vlog video I did where I was like in North Darwin, like going, there's not really point going through North Darwin because Labor ain't going to lose any of their seats. Every single seat in Darwin entirely.
Yeah. So how do you guys feel about Solomon? Do you think the coalition going to win there?
I'm still feeling optimistic about Labor. I think Labor will hold Solomon. Everyone seems to think Linkiari is the more vulnerable one. Although I guess, like Labor did better in the NT election in the rural areas. But yeah.
By the way, I'm not going to dox anything about Anglo election insights other than his name. So somebody asked in the chat where in the world you are, and I'm not going to answer that. So you can dox.
Where in the world I am? I think I've revealed that I live in rural Western Victoria before.
Right, you have.
Put that
Okay.
on the record.
Okay, you have. Okay, I see. Okay.
Am I allowed to ask which town? You find not to answer, or is it like a really tiny town?
It would dox him pretty badly if we knew what his town was.
Oh yeah, probably would actually,
because he's in rural Victoria, so like most of those.
It's a town of between 1,000 and 2,000 people. Let's put it that way.
Okay, so yeah, you probably not can't really have an anomaly like you would feel like you're in like I don't know Horsham or something.
So actually, I have a question.
Yeah, exactly.
In the upper house, right? Apparently, the Shooters Party is listed not as like Shooters, Fishers, and Farmers WA or like Western Australia. It's listed as SFFPWA. So like, will people actually know to vote for them with that name? That's what I'm wondering.
Possibly not. It's a bit of an alphabet salad, isn't it?
Yeah, like I like it's gonna there's sort of like a lot of like those little right-wing minor parties sort of in the running for the last seats in WA. Actually, yeah, like one of like there was like some I want to kind of actually go to your video that you did on WA because we did get some sort of insight from some people in the comments on that video. But like part of me thinks like that one guy who left a really long comment, like part of me thinks like that comment was generated by AI or something like that because he gave the name of an independent that was supposed to be doing well in South Perth, right? But then I looked up and I couldn't find anything about the person that he named, right? So like, I'm wondering like, where the hell did he get that name from? I'll get the comment I'm talking about.
No, could it have just been the wrong seat?
I mean, maybe, but I tried to search that name on Google, right? And try to type in like WA election, and I just could not find anything. Like it was a name of like somebody who got murdered or something like a couple of years ago or something, but I couldn't find anything to do with an election. Like maybe if you like madly searched on like the Poll Bludger website, you might be able to find the name of the candidate, but I couldn't find anything. So I'll get the comment up in a second. I'm just trying to find it again.
So, from what I've seen, the last poll had Labor at like 57%, which also got 70%, which is you'd say you look at like a decline of 13%, and if you apply it on the seats, Labor loses 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, around about 10 seats. If you want to know, I haven't mentioned my prediction much yet because obviously I didn't do a prediction video. That's not really what my channel does. I'm expecting Labor to be hit more harder in the rural regions than in Perth itself. So I wouldn't be surprised if Labor doesn't face huge swings in their Perth seats, but possibly any rural seat. I think they could possibly lose just because I just remember that the rural areas were really vicious against Labor, especially with that whole ban on live sheep export ban. I remember that really energized me. Although to be honest, that movement feels like it's kind of died down in the years since in the months since.
Actually, what I'll do is I'll get up a map and I'll kind of go over what like I've sort of heard from like comments and like what other people that I know are sort of saying, and we'll just sort of like go over some of the things because the prediction video I did like today was just really brief. Like I just kind of rushed it out because thanks for the donations, everyone. I probably should be like saying what these people are saying because I've never got these super chats before. So JJ says, and I know who JJ is by the way, Oz Christians and SPPK win it all. Thoughts? I'm not going to actually tell people what SPPK is. You can go look it up yourself. Because I think I'll get demonetized if I say what that party is called on the stream.
Is that the Australian gender, but the other word for
just look it up look up the list of parties registered in Western Australia, and you'll find out what SPPK stands for. And it used to be the Democratic Labour Party, but they had to rename themselves, so they gave themselves a very sort of what's the word? Like a very unique, eye-opening name. I don't know what the best way. Yeah, a very eye-catching name.
Oh, whoa, jeez.
Oh, I need to increase the volume.
Haven't
I'll
you
do that.
seen that song?
There we go. I have just increased the volume, so sorry about that drift of physic. Yeah, so yeah, Joey019 says, sending love from Sydney. You guys do great stuff. Is Basil Zempalis expected to win his electorate? I've heard he is considered a future leader. I think he is considered to win Churchlands. I think he's going for. But I have heard that he actually has a negative approval rating from one poll. Said it was particularly bad amongst women. Women had he had like a negative 20% approval rating with women or something like that. So, how's the stream? I think the stream health is okay. I'm actually kind of far away from the router, so I might just turn the settings down a little bit. Because,
By the way, I did put a post on my channel saying that we're doing the live stream, so hopefully a few of my subscribers are coming over.
Apparently we're still quiet, so I'm surprised about that. So I'll turn everyone up. And the chat has gone missing. My internet is.
That still seems to be coming.
I'm glad this one actually has chat open, unlike ABC. Yeah, ABC hate free speech. They really hate free speech, the ABC. The worst person you know, SPPK.
So back to.
Oh, go on. Sorry.
I was just going to say, back to Basil. There is a sort of teal candidate running. You've got like the sitting Labor MP, and I think they were saying that they expected a swing to them, which really a swing to them after.
There is no way Labor's going to swing to literally everybody. Anybody who is thinking of voting Labor for the first time at this election is going to be outnumbered by at least 2 to 3 people who, voted Labor a big further last time. Because Labor's just not, they just will not have that further again. Well, they'll have a sizable, but not the level that we saw last time.
Yeah, more like 2017.
If I saw I always would be willing to take a stupid bet that if a single seat, okay, maybe not a non-Labor seat, but if I see a single, a non-Labor, if I see a single Labor seat with a swing towards them, with the exception of maybe Rockingham, I seriously would eat my hat. I don't know what sort of stupid challenge I'd live stream myself doing if I saw a single seat swing to Labor.
Yeah, well, Rockingham, that was that's
because they had a by-election, so it swung massively away from Labor.
Yeah, so that was like a 33% primary swing away from Labor.
Yeah, that will probably swing back to them, but I'm pretty sure AEDT did their swing results based on the elections, not by-elections.
They do, which they should. Yeah.
Decipti says, are any of the hosts here actually from WA? No, we're not. No one here is from WA, unfortunately. So.
I did send a message to Loomhigh, who's you guys might know because he's done a few political stuff, but he hasn't gone back to me yet. I was wondering whether he might have some comments, but he's from Geraldton, so. But yeah, he hasn't got back to me yet, unfortunately.
Just people in the chat, just let me know if something happens with the stream because OBS is being very stupid. It keeps on doing some funny things. So. Several
people in my group at work in WA, but they are not going to comment on politics. So,
Beers with Bob says, "I am Loomhigh's friend." Apparently. Oh,
you can send him a message. Tell him I contacted him on Discord. I mean, on Patreon.
Okay, Bicton. So somebody mentioned Bicton, and I was going to go to the map and I forgot to do it. But anyway, so Bicton, I put that as a Labor retain simply because that area is right next to Fremantle, and I'm assuming that maybe an area like that is going to sort of...
which side of Fremantle?
As in, do you mean, north, south, east, or west? What do you mean by which side?
Yeah.
It's
which
okay.
Side of...
Bicton is just east of the seat of Fremantle.
Oh, okay, because to the north of Fremantle's quite strong Liberals.
No. It's to the east. It's to the east of Fremantle. And it's in, I think Bicton is in the seat of maybe it's in the seat of Fremantle federally. So actually, let me just go.
Wouldn't
check.
surprise me.
I should.
Yeah, just watch my video on the election of Fremantle.
Okay, all right. I'll stop being lazy and I'll actually go onto the map now. Instead of just like sitting here talking.
Picton is mostly in Tangy. A little bit of it's in Fremantle.
Okay. So yeah, so we go. Where is Picton? It's like it's got a margin of 15.5%, which is already sort of getting on the side of it's a bit too much for with what the kind of swings we're expecting, and like
yeah, Fremantle's mostly in the south.
It was already won by Labor back in 2017 as well. So unless you think Labor's going to do worse than they did in 2017, and then I just think it's probably that.
Really?
Yeah. So I think maybe it's just sort of like I just kind of got the vibe just from looking at the map that it's a kind of area that is gonna move sort of like more progressively. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe it's getting richer or something like that. I don't know. Like there definitely has been a lot of economic growth in WA in the last couple of years. So
my general analysis of this election is just general that I've not. Oh, finally the full results are finally up on the ABC.
The full result? Oh, as in like the results webpage, right? Okay.
Yeah, I was saying results. Anyway, what I'm saying is, I feel like Labor has been generally still pretty popular in WA. I just don't seem to see evidence that the public has turned against them. In fact, the people who are talking on the federal level that like Labor is still actually pretty popular in WA federally, and it's literally every other state which is currently souring on them.
Yeah, I think they're okay in SA as well, federally.
Yeah.
When he says full results, he means like there's actually a result page now on the ABC. That's what he means. So,
yeah, I'll throw the link out to you guys.
This one.
See it on chat.
This page, we actually have like 59 seats in doubt and stuff like that. So yeah, this is what we got. So it's like 30 for a majority, right? I didn't even think about like how many is for a majority because I know just Labor's gonna win. Like I haven't even considered like, oh, how much is a majority? But yeah, we probably won't be actually getting proper results for another like 45 minutes at least, I reckon. And then we got pre-polls coming in like almost 2 hours, 3 hours, something like that. Like it's like 2 hours, I think. Pre-polls probably come in.
Yeah, I think we're probably expecting the ordinary election day results in probably about an hour and a half or so, and then another hour and a half, 2 hours after that, we might get pre-polls and I don't know, I guess absence and some of the other stuff that comes in, maybe some postals too.
Well, me and Eli got taken by surprise the other day with the AEDT election because they do all the pre-vote counts electronically, and so the results came in like within like 20 minutes, and like we had a huge spread of like 40% of the vote within like 30 minutes, and we were just generally surprised. Do you remember that, Eli?
Sorry, I was just reading comments. What would you say again? Sorry, I apologize.
Oh, do you remember when we did the ACT election? We didn't realize they counted the pre-poll stuff electronically, and we got like 40% of the results within 30 minutes, and we were just like, "Whoa, okay, we were not expecting that."
Oh, okay, I see. Okay, yeah, they do it electronically there. Interesting.
Only pre-poll on the day stuff was counted by hand.
Okay. So, what was I gonna say? Lookty saying, regards to Anthony Green retiring, I predicted during the NT election stream. There was one stream where Anthony Green seemed like he was having some issues. Like he was sort of like fumbling a bit with the screen and stuff like that.
Oh, he always fumbles with the screen. That's good to see.
Yeah, but it was more so than usual. He just seemed a bit slower than usual. And the other day I said in like a group chat that like whenever I talk about this, people get really defensive or something. Like I like Anthony Green too, right? But I'm just being sort of realistic, right? Anthony Green's an old man, right? So I was watching. He did an interview the other day, and
all right, everybody, Eli's dissed Anthony Green. Put angry reacts in the chat.
I'm not dissing him, okay? Like he's an old man. Like I'm look. It's sad that he's retiring, but he deserves to retire. He's done like I counted it. It's gonna be like 12 federal elections or something, and then like he's done like 1 billion state and territory elections. Like, so I mean, he clearly enjoys what he does. But I was watching an interview with him the other day, and he was sort of fidgeting a bit, and it reminds it like I don't want to like jinx or like say anything bad, but it oh my god. Okay, I just want to say it reminds me a little bit of Parkinson's disease. So I'm wondering if Anthony Green has Parkinson's disease. But I'm not like. Why does everyone get like so defensive over Anthony Green? I don't understand. Like, I love him too. I love Anthony Green. I don't hate him, all right? But he's an old man, all right?
So Anthony, his real legacy though is probably not so much him on TV. Like he was a massive part behind the scenes in terms of like building some of these models and updating all the computer systems. Like it's honestly like pioneering work. Some of the stuff he did.
Yeah, well, yeah, he knows his shit. Like, he knows like every bloody electorate when like you're watching the stream, and there's like some obscure electorate in, I don't know, like Northern Territory, and like he knows like the full history of this obscure electorate. Like, I've only really just like probably gotten the gist of every single federal electorate, right? And sort of know.
Thanks to Sormon's All-Australian electorate.
It's all because of Sormon's electorate shorts. I know sort of the, like kind of what the sort of the profile is of pretty much every electorate, and I'm gonna lose subscribers from this stream, and
we're trolling, Eli. We're trolling.
I know. But like I feel like just to know every single electorate in every single state and territory, and like that would just be like it's just. I don't know. Like, are either of you getting to that degree? Like, even I know in Victoria, you know a fair bit about the stuff going on there, Max. But do you think you're getting to that stage?
Well, because when I did that whole series on like every state and every territory and all the regions and all that, like I did look at every seat through the demographics and all that, so you get a bit of an idea, but nothing like Anthony Green. He was, as part of some of the media he's done in the last couple of weeks, I think maybe it might have been his blog, but he showed like the way he used to work out post redistribution margins and stuff, and he'd like have like hand drawn maps and all this stuff. Like it would have been so much work.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And he would have had such a big knowledge of the electoral boundaries and where the booths were and all that. Like it just would have been crazy.
I've got an update, guys. Lumai has gotten back to me from Geraldton. He said he's scrutineering in Northampton, and he will let me know the details on what he sees through his scrutineering. I'll just read his. Hopefully, it's okay if I read his comments to me direct. He says, "It's 3-1 in Geraldton. We got the Libs low-profile candidate. That's the high-profile candidate, and the ex-mayor who was the ex-mayor of Geraldton. I don't know what the other one is. We put up a good... okay, because, I think he's in the Labour Party, so he's put up a good campaign. It's going to be close. Some funky election quotes. Liberal Party statewide covered all schools with paper bunting to steal real estate from other parties. I don't know what that's about.
So is this Loom High guy? Is he like a Labour scrutineer, or what? Like, what is he? Who's he scrutineering?
Something like that. Yeah, I got in contact with him because he wanted me to do a bit for his video on the Voice referendum, where I had to explain how referendums work. But yeah.
So fun fact. Sorry, go on. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry to interrupt.
No, you talk about the fun fact.
Oh, I was just going to say, I actually have a contact in WA who is a candidate. Fun fact.
Oh, wow.
And he's also from Geraldton as well. I'm not going to go into details about who he is because I don't want to embarrass him on stream. But he is currently standing for the Legislative Council in WA, and I contacted him the other day. And he said that the Liberals or Nationals have like a 90 to 95% chance of winning in Geraldton. But
that doesn't surprise me.
I mean, he's obviously talking up his own team. He's a Lib, so he's talking up his own team. But I think he's probably right about that information. So I wouldn't be surprised either. Yeah. The Green. Okay, so when it comes to Greens, the only seat that they apparently have some kind of a chance in is whoops, I just like streamed the stream, very very inception-y there. The only seat I've heard that they have sort of a chance in is like, I mean, I know there's South Perth because there's a bit of a contest going on there, but There's also Fremantle. So it's sort of like it was like a Labour versus Greens contest last election, but there's a margin of 15%. Obviously, a swing of 12% against the Labour Party doesn't mean it's going to get a 12% swing against the Labour Party versus the Greens. It's versus the Liberals / Nationals.
So,
yeah.
So what is the seat of Geraldton? Sorry, I thought Luhai said Northampton, but
Geraldton,
yeah, but
Geraldton's up here. So Geraldton is it's like sort of like a city that's up reasonably north from Perth.
Am I not live on your screen at the moment? Because it's currently on the Fremantle at the moment.
No, it's a bit of a delay. There's a bit of a delay.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So I was about to zoom in using my fingers, but that's not going to work because it's on the touchscreen. But yeah, it's up here. It's up here.
Oh, it's the seat of Geraldton. Oh, okay, idiot me.
Yeah, so it looks like it's I mean, as you could expect, near the sort of centre of Geraldton. That's where like the sort of the Labour voting area is, and then outside is where the Nats do pretty well.
Yeah.
So
this is one of those ones where I could see Labour losing the seat, even though they have the 20% margin. Because I think, but something's just telling me the swing's going to be really big. In the cut.
It's only a margin of like 10%. So depending on who you ask, but it's only about 10%.
Yeah.
Versus
but it's a sort of like ancestral Labour seat, though, no?
It was held by the Liberals until 2021. Held by the Liberals / Nationals. Some guy called Ian Blaney.
Yeah. Until 2001, you said. Sorry. Yeah.
No, 2021.
Oh, okay. But the Labour Party did hold it in 2001 and 2005. It looks like.
That's right. Yeah. So it looks like when they win in high water elections, but for some reason not the 2017 landslide, which is interesting.
Was okay? So how many? Yeah. Go on. Sorry.
I was just going to say, I've found the page. Looks like Labour had it from sort of the 50s to the 90s, and then it's kind of gone back and forth a bit.
I see. So, I know, like, back in the day, generally just Labour did better in the regions, just generally, I think.
Big country, right? Big industrial towns used to help Labour, but since a lot of those industrial towns have A, declined in size, and B, they've lost their industrial side, so a lot of these rural towns, rather than having factories and mining and ports and stuff that would benefit Labour voters, I think a lot of them now are just sort of retirees or people still living in these towns that are much more liberal. So that's why you just see Labour just doesn't really have the same control over. You get a few, like for instance, Whyalla keeps the state seat it's in Labour against the Liberals tied, and I think you see on federal level, I think seats like Newcastle isn't really a town. So I think of like what's a Ballarat and Bendigo maybe.
Probably not a great example. Maybe you're thinking something like the seat of Hunter.
Yeah, Hunter was probably a good example.
Yeah, Ballarat and Bendigo and Geelong are sort of public service and like service economy hubs these days.
Yeah.
Oh, we're getting first figures from Anthony Green.
Scarborough.
Oh, not very meaningful, apparently.
That's really close.
Yeah.
Nah, it's nothing, but
okay.
That would imply, like, if that result held, that would probably imply like a very narrow Liberal win, maybe.
Does anyone remember what the former Liberal leader's seat was?
What's this? Sorry.
I forgot the guy's name.
Do you mean Zach Kirkup?
Zach Kirkup, yeah, the seat of Dawesville. What's
Dawesville.
That looking like?
Line ball, I think.
Dawesville, I think I've heard it's pretty line balls. Like there was like one seat. I think was it Calamundo? I can't remember. There was one seat.
Labour on 13%. Yeah.
There was one seat where according to the poll bludger, the Labour Party like had a poll of them in front, and then the Liberal Party had a poll of them in front, and something like that. So let me try to find it. Yeah, it was Dawesville. So I'd say that seat is very...
Yeah, South Mantra, by the looks of it.
I'd say that seat is very 50-50. I mean, it is... Like, would you class that as sort of outer suburban or regional, like Dawesville?
Actually, it's got results by the looks of it. It says 11.4% into the RP, which that's definitely not going to last.
Oh, it might. Maybe we're going to get a super majority this election.
Eli, as I said, I'll probably eat my hat or something. I'll do some stupid challenge if Labour gets like a swing towards me in any seat.
In any seat? In any seat?
Do
Really?
I set myself the challenge of like, do I say any seat if Labour gets a swing towards it? I don't know, like a dump a bucket of ice water from my head or something. I don't know.
Well, it's not summer anymore, so it won't be that fun. And you are in Canberra. Well, maybe it's still hot in Canberra. Votes listed on ABC is
I will vote preference the Liberal Party in the next election.
Okay, I'm just looking on the ABC. Yeah, so
I'll live stream a Sky News interview and agree with Andrew Bolt.
So yeah, this is the ABC. It has on Dawesville. Yes, a big swing to Labor. Oh, here we go. Liberal Party 10 votes. Labor Party 6 votes. The Greens 1 vote. So I think that's pretty conclusive. It's over. The election's over. 11.4%.
So it's like if one vote changes hands, it just flips the whole thing.
Yep. So the election's over, guys. Dawesville has been a good example of how this election will go, and we're going to have 11.4% swing to Labor. So anyway, so I just wanted to look at this comment from on Max's video. So I just want to, there's one part I want to go down to. So it's this guy called Scissors4503, and he talks about Harley Lawrence has a lot of support in the suburb of Como, taking South Perth. He thinks that this independent called Harley Lawrence is going to take South Perth. And I can't find any information about this person called Harley Lawrence anywhere. So my conclusion is that somebody like went onto ChatGPT and said like, write a comment from someone claiming to be a WA local to say how the election is going to do. So what I'm going to do is I'll just copy that, like that first line, go into ChatGPT, right? And then I'll just go like this, and then I'll go like write a comment, a long-ish comment, as a WA local on an elections prediction video for 2025 on some insights into key seats, into how they think the election will go. So let's see how we go. I'll throw in some 2 cents about how things are shaping up in 2025. Blah, blah, blah. Wait, no, this is not what I want. Okay, never mind. I forget it. All right, he's talking about federal politics. That's not what I want. Anyway, Tasmanaut says, one vote for Trump or trumpets or whatever it is. Thank you, Tasmanaut, for the... are they called super chats? When they like donate, they give you money?
I think so. Go with that.
Why are you going to the Philippines? It's a good investment country. It's a good investment country. That's the answer to that question.
Have you guys seen that apparently there's a shortage of ballot papers at some booths?
A shortage of ballot papers?
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, sorry. So Lupe has told me that apparently, at least where he is in WA, there's been call flutes with Anthony Albanese on them, so they tried to use Anthony Albanese's popularity to try and take down the government here. So,
are you just trolling me or something? Am I getting trolled right now? This doesn't sound legit.
What, me or ChatGPT?
No, you. Talking about Anthony Green.
No, Anthony Albanese, sorry. Did I say Anthony Green?
Call flutes of Anthony Green. That'd be great.
No, sorry, I must be tired. I do apologize, guys. We're going to be very tired throughout this whole stream because like we're going to like midnight tonight.
Well, I don't know what makes less sense, them using call flutes of Anthony Green or Anthony Albanese, because as far as I know, Anthony Albanese is not that popular in WA. It's like Roger Cook.
Yeah, no. Sometimes liberals doing it, like putting out call flutes with Anthony Albanese, a bit like how apparently I think Labor tried to tie Stephen Marshall to Peter Dutton to Scott Morrison in South Australia to try and take down his government.
Right, I see. Yeah, I mean, I guess that would maybe work because Anthony Albanese is kind of on the nose, but it has been not like a too bad week for the Labour Party in the last week, or at least it's been a bad week for Dutton and the coalition. So maybe this week it wouldn't be too bad to. It wouldn't be as bad to use Albo as sort of a figure as previous weeks.
Yeah, but I mean, like maybe if it was 2001 and it was like Kim Beazley or something, I could sort of understand it. But is there really like personal appeal for Anthony Albanese? Like I get that the Labor brand is holding up much better in WA, but is Albanese's personal brand, like, is his stock really that high there?
Is
I feel like
Anthony
it's not.
is Anthony Anthony Albanese's stock that high?
Yeah, like his personal standing.
So going to WA, Labor's last poll was supposedly 50-50 on the federal level, but previous polls have been 54-52. So Labor has been, the last news poll had Labor at 54% federally in WA.
So wait, which poll had the Labor Party at 50-50?
Revolver Strategic.
Oh, wait, what? They polled WA and Resolve Strategic?
Supposedly they did a poll, but this was last year between October 1st and 8th of December. That's a big gap.
Oh, okay. Well, the News Poll Quarterly was released at the end of December, so it was around that same time period as well. And I trust News Poll more.
I don't know. Yeah. I don't know if Labour's regained ground since December, or if they've regained, because I don't know. I know they've started to regain a little bit of ground in the polls recently, but I don't know if that's like bringing them back to January numbers or like. Just, I don't know. There's been a lot of polls that are kind of like, it's been so tight on the federal election. It's kind of hard to tell who's ahead and who's not.
We're going to check some further figures, some more figures that have just come in. Anthony, what have you got?
Oh, we got some figures from Anthony Green.
Large electorate due east of Perth. It covers central wheat belt.
So far, it looks like a swing of about 7% central wheat belt.
Former National Party leader. She's running in Bullwinkle federal election, so there's some interest to see.
Oh yeah, Mia Davies is the seat that she's retiring from. She's running Bullwinkle.
The Liberal Party was a bit of argy-bargy over his pre-selection before they finally picked him on a few local issues. But Lachlan Hunt.
This should easily be a win for the Nationals, I think.
58% of the vote.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to delete this thing that says results expected because we're actually getting results. So
this is accurately
why would I have that on?
Polling place. So Liberal vote is up. The National Party is roughly stable from last time.
Labor down 10% there.
When Labor ran second in this seat,
I think people were expecting maybe more of a swing against Labor in the regions. But
yeah, well, that's what I was saying. I'm setting most of that 10% swing to come from the regions and not Perth.
Yeah, it's interesting though, that swing. I mean, I know this is.
Yeah, but I mean,
if the swing is
like,
against Labor,
it's how many polling places would that be? It's just there's no, the sample's so small, and also this is one of the seats that the Nats actually held, right? Central wheat belt.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, that's true.
It's moved, it's moved over to polling, so.
Yeah. Also, I feel like there's a difference between regional seats and like rural seats as well. So I think Labor won't do too badly in the rural areas like Pilbara. I don't actually think Labor's going to lose.
Like Geraldton and Brumby and is it Bunbury? Stuff like that?
Geraldton and Bunbury, they're definitely regional. Like Pilbara, Kalgoorlie, and what is it? Kimberley are all.
Port Hedland.
Port Hedland. That's a seat.
Yeah, that's way up north. Well, it's not the name of the seat; it's the name of the town.
That might be in Pilbara. I don't know, or it might be in Kimberley.
It might be. Yeah, I think it is Pilbara. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's called
Pilbara. I'm sorry. I have been called out on that one before. I have been called out on that one before.
To be honest, I have no grounds to stand on when it comes to correcting people.
I think Labor will do okay in the rural areas. I mean, at least according to like what Redbridge has been saying about federally. Like I assume there'll be some sort of echoes of that, and also I've heard that Labor are okay when it comes to mining, like the mining. The mining people aren't too unfavorable about Labor. I didn't explain that very well.
They're pro. The Labor Party's pro mining in WA. It's where all their money comes from.
Yeah, and I mean the federal government just did that mining tax credit thing as well. So I don't know if that will affect things much, but it certainly will not hurt them, to do a policy like that. The worst person you know says, I propose every month each state secretly gives a single square kilometre to New South Wales until somebody notices their WA farm is now part of the better state. Single square kilometre until somebody... What do you think about that? As someone... Actually, I'm from New South Wales, so for anyone, I should be happy about that. Yeah, it would be nice to get some more royalties into New South Wales. And I feel particularly bad with Victoria, because Victoria doesn't really get much mining royalties, does it? Or am I wrong?
No, you've got Latrobe Valley.
Latrobe Valley.
Like coal.
That's where the coal comes from.
Yeah.
Like Gippsland and stuff.
Oh, you mean Gippsland? Yeah.
So, yes, Gippsland, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's coal, but Victoria is not like a resources state.
Yeah. I thought that they couldn't rely on it as much as like some of the other states. So that's one reason why Victoria is struggling to sort of pay the bills, and they're in a lot of debt, I think, right? Oh, it's Kosamaris, by the way. I didn't realize he was on here.
Those two guys have been like the go-to pollers for ABC. They love interviewing those guys.
But everyone does. He's on Sky every Sunday too.
So Cos is the bald one, right?
No, Cos is the
that's Cos on.
Okay, because
he's the.
Cos is a former Liberal. One of them's former Liberal, one is former Labor. I can't remember which one's which.
So Cos is the former Labor strategist, like campaign director guy.
Yeah. And who's the other one again? I forget. It's
I think his name Tony Barry. I'm guessing.
Yeah, Tony,
I think
right.
I'm pretty sure he's like Liberal strategist or something.
Yeah, because I remember Cos was quite prolific on Twitter. It's like one of those few voices on Twitter that was the voice of reason, trying to calm people down, because like Twitter's just full of inflammatory people.
So there's a sort of a question when it comes to Kosamaris about whether or not he purposely like is over alarmist for the Labor Party in Victoria, because his like wife is like a state MP, and like he wants to make sure that there's not like a huge swing against her, so he's trying to like say like Labor are in big trouble in Victoria and they need to like fix things because he's worried about his wife or something. Am I onto something here?
I don't know if it's so much his wife, but is he like truly divorced from the party at this point? Possibly not. He talks more about Labor than he does about any other party, that's for sure.
Yeah, well, it wouldn't surprise me. Also, is it a bad thing to be telling his party to get their act together for an election?
From what I hear from people who I know in Labor, they think that he uses both his firm and his like public megaphone to push a cause. That's what their opinion is, not necessarily mine. But
at the moment, like what he's saying is, what the message has been for a while is that like Labor are in trouble everywhere, but they're particularly in trouble in Victoria. Like he's saying that there's going to be like 8 or like 10% swings or something against Labor in Victoria.
Yeah, from what I've seen, I think Daniel Andrews, despite the issues Victoria has, you can correct me on this, Max, I'll be interested to see your opinion on this, that despite all the problems, Daniel Andrews was always just a very strong, authoritative figure that was able to sort of whip the public onto his side regardless of the issues. Jacinda Allen just hasn't had that same gravitas, and I think it's starting to unravel. It's a bit like when Harold Holt took over from Robert Menzies. Like, Robert Menzies ran a tight ship and you had to keep everything functioning, and when he gave it to Harold Holt, things started to fall apart. Would you sort of...
Yes, I would agree he had better command of the media and the messaging, but there's a bit more to it. I think under Andrews, particularly in his first term and the early part of his second term, like the level crossing removal projects and some of the big stuff that he promised actually came good. And also that was in the middle of that big sort of housing boom, so stamp duty and land tax were actually funding a lot of the big budget expenditure items, whereas Alan has inherited like over budget, overdue projects with no way to basically pay for it, but they've made all the commitments. So, it's a tough gig.
It's not helped that I feel like one of the biggest issues, it's the biggest issue I think with Victorian Labor was their projects running over budget and over time, and the person responsible for that is now the Premier of Victoria. Like they chose someone from arguably the ministry doing the worst out of all. Like maybe they should have gone with a minister from a more popular portfolio.
Oh, well, it's all sort of factional, hey?
I know.
So I'm just looking a little bit at the results. Kalgoorlie, there's an 8% swing to the Libs. Morley, there's a 16% swing to the Libs. Warren Blackwood, 2 point. I mean, these are all really early results, but Central Wheatbelt is actually like 3% counted, 3.5% counted, and there's a 6.2% swing to the Nationals. So, and it's like a Nationals versus Liberal contest there. The Labor Party are down 20%. Okay, this is only 217 votes though, so I don't know how indicative that is, but Labor Party are down 20% on the primary vote in Central Wheatbelt. I'll just change this.
Again, that was the heart of like the Keep the Sheep movement.
The Keep the Sheep movement was in like Central Wheatbelt, that kind of area.
I think that's where I remember a lot of the protests were having. But people can correct me on that.
They should rename that seat to Central Sheep Belt.
Because I hated the Keep the Sheep name.
It
made no goddamn. It was playing that people like shutting down the sheep industry. It's like, no, we're just, moving the arbiters from the Middle East to Australia. It was like meant to be a pro, like building Australia's own export industry, but I hated the campaign. I felt like it was just disingenuous.
So, guys, do we think that we're going to call this for the Nats in the Central Sheep Belt?
The ABC already have.
They already have.
You can see it on there.
They have?
Yeah, you can see it on their counter.
It says too early.
Nationals in front, guys.
It says
it's on their stream.
It's the Nationals own. Nationals already own the seat. And the swings towards them. I always say it's like you can always say you're like 80% confident they're gonna hold it, possibly higher.
Okay, fine. All right. I guess we'll call Central Sheep Belt for the Nats. I'll go into my little program thing and do that. So, no longer a green seat anymore. It is now a Nats seat.
Wait.
There we go.
Wait, did I miss something? Did the guy in the seat jump to the greens? Did he?
What are you talking about? No. I did this earlier where I put like every seat as the green because I was just sort of messing around.
Oh, okay. So I missed that part.
So that's okay. So I just want to go through a couple of the comments on the stream. He's hoping the Nats stay opposition. I agree, but it's not going to happen, unfortunately. Maybe the real reason for the Orca subs is to find Harold Holt. That could be it. That's the only reason.
I'm gonna be honest. I can see a loose case where the Liberals, where the Nationals stay as opposition. Like if they win like a few more seats and like hold around 5 to 8 seats, and the Liberals are only able to win like 5 themselves, I could see the Nationals sort of staying opposition leader. But I think it's more likely the Liberals will regain their opposition status.
I don't
That
think.
would be
Sorry, go on.
at the very low end of expectations for the Liberals tonight. That'd be quite extreme, I think.
Especially because again, I think the Swings are good.
As I said, most people have it as they're going to get at least double the seats of the Nats, no?
So Kalgoorlie, I think there's like a 9% swing at the moment, so I think Labor's still on track to keeping that one, which I'm not surprised about. I kind of guessed that.
Mining seat.
Yeah, mining seat, yep.
All 3 of those seats that Labor hold out in the remote areas are all mining seats. So there's not many farmers there to sort of swing the votes.
And I think the incumbency is really powerful in those types of seats as well.
Like, I have a look at Kalgoorlie. Like, how long has the minister been in charge? How long has the candidate been in charge of Kalgoorlie, I wonder?
Will this election really show an insight into the federal election? WA state politics right now is very strange. I think
really, yeah, you know.
I think we can get some insight into the federal election from this, but I would take everything with a grain of salt. I think like it would be interesting to see how the Tangney goes and stuff.
Yeah, Tangney maybe like the eastern fringes of Perth as well, the Bullwinkle, and particularly what I'm looking for is the performance of the independents in Churchlands and in and around like the seats that overlap Curtin.
Yeah. Look. Okay. Look. At this point, like I've said it since the beginning, I don't think Kate Cheney's losing Curtin. I'm going to maintain that. I'm going to fully lock that in now. Like Kate Cheney is not going to lose Curtin. Why do people keep saying that she's going to lose Curtin? All right.
My opinion was I didn't think the Teals held their seats on very strong margins, and I'm just going by what happened in Wentworth in 2019 when is it Karen Phelps won Wentworth after Michael Turple retired, and then she lost it to a Liberal, to Dave Sharma, who then lost it to a Teal. So I get confused. Like I don't know why Wentworth was back to being the Liberals in 2019. But I guess maybe Scott Morrison had more of a vibe that he might be more moderate, and Dutton really doesn't. So maybe they won't this time around. I don't know.
Yeah, like Scott Morrison in 2019, like he was actually kind of popular, at that point. Like Dutton, I wouldn't say Dutton is popular. I would just say like people are so fed up with Albanese that they're like willing to vote for him and say he's not that bad, So I think it's a different vibe, and I think Dutton in a lot of ways is sort of like just given the middle finger to a lot of those Teal seats and said like I'm not interested in winning you back. And I think Curtin is included in that, especially with things like you must go back to work and if you're a woman you have to do job sharing. Like all those Teals are going to go like this is what the coalition think about women. Like it's an easy way for them to posture them. So, I mean, I also think that like as Trump is gonna do more and more like wacky stuff, I think people are gonna get dissatisfied with both major parties in their support of AUKUS as well, and so people will be very happy to search for alternatives, and it will definitely help at the very least the incumbents, because people incumbents generally have an easier time if they're independents than independents winning a seat from scratch. So I just don't see the coalition winning back Curtin. I know it's like a small margin and stuff, but like, especially as state Labor is pretty popular. There isn't like sort of like a pro-liberal movement going on or something in WA. So I just don't see it.
I get that.
Oh God, sorry.
I was just gonna say that you just got to remember that WA swung so hard away from the Liberals at the national level, and it would take not much of a bounce back in Liberal support to take the seat off Cheney. That's the only thing.
That is true, I guess. That is true, I guess. I mean, there was, back in 2022, there was a lot of backlash about the whole border stuff and them supporting Clive Palmer and stuff like that. So, and I guess that's why people think like Tangney is going to get won back by the coalition, because in any usual election, Tangney would be like a pretty safe Liberal seat as well. But maybe it's just the way WA views the major parties has just sort of changed since then. I don't know. Maybe it's sort of set, since 2021. Maybe it's just sort of it's cemented there, the view of the parties. So I know you think, Max, that like the coalition could even possibly win PS as well.
I don't know if I necessarily, and like. There's a scenario where WA normalizes a bit harder, and that puts Pierce on the map. But that we're not there yet. It's more like if the swing was on in WA, Pierce is the most likely kind of domino to fall out of those sort of 4 seats that would normally be in play.
Right.
But as things currently stand, no, Pierce isn't on the table. Are you guys noticing some of the like, I know it's small primary vote counts, but I'm seeing One Nation in the high single digits in some of these seats.
I'm gonna have a look now, so let's go do it. Let's go have a look. So One Nation, how have they gone in the past in WA? Like, have they had much success? I know like they won a seat in 2016 in WA, but that was the double dissolution. So I'm talking about federally, of course. What kind of seats are you seeing One Nation in single digits, by the way? High single digits.
I will find them and I'll come back to you.
So Bunbury, One Nation is like on 4.2. Legalized cannabis is actually doing better. This is really early days. So Central Wheat Belt, which is the one that, like, I think out of all the seats, this is the one that's counted the most. One Nation on 7.8%, which is like a 6% swing to them. That's I guess that's pretty good. Labour Party down 21% there. Very nice, very nice. Dawesville.
They're at nearly 7 in West Swan, but that's.
What'd
I
you
don't
say?
know, it's you can't really say it's in West Swan. Huge swing to the Liberals there, but looks like it's just one random booth.
Right. Okay. So Kalgoorlie, One Nation on 5.7%, up 2.2%. So there is a little bit of a swing to One Nation. I'm not surprised. Like anti-immigration is a thing and stuff like that. That kind of attitude lately. Now where's South Perth? Have we got anything from South Perth yet? Secret. I love that name for that seat. Secret Harbour. It's a great name for a seat. Is that actually a suburb? Is there a suburb called Secret Harbour? Does anyone know?
Possibly. Let me have a look, because like South Australia, Adelaide has a suburb called like North Haven or something like that.
South Australia, Adelaide has a suburb called
Yeah, it's suburb. Yeah, it's south part of the electorate of I forget the name. Brand. It's the south part of the electorate of Brand.
I want to live in Secret Harbour. I want
Not North Haven.
In Secret Harbour, the suburb we're talking about. Look, there's an electrical seat. Anyway, never mind. So where were you seeing the One Nation? I guess it's just a mirage.
Yeah, yeah, probably.
Okay.
One to keep an eye on, because if that holds up, then we probably have to revise what we're thinking in terms of the Legislative Council.
An orange mirage is perhaps taking place, maybe.
Well, would they be? They would probably. So, as far as on the day votes versus early vote, like I would expect the minor parties and Labor to perhaps slightly overperform on the day, and maybe the Liberals, particularly when they're in quasi-opposition, would overperform a little bit on the pre-polls. That seems to have been the case in the two Victorian by-elections and the Queensland third election, I believe.
But when you look at the vote, the Liberal Party basically had, of its 10 members, I think it had 5 members that voted in favour repeatedly. It had.
What's this thing about a Peggy Sue meme targeting Dutton? Does anyone know about that? What that means? I'm going to Google it. Peggy Sue.
Well, I've been trying to for the whole time.
Peggy Sue.
So I think it's had an impact. But all of these things have had a major.
Peter Dutton, Peggy Sue, young women target Liberal.
That she thinks the community has been disengaged. And I think it has been disengaged in the last couple of months. I don't think it's really liked the campaigns very much. Probably much either.
Can someone explain what the Peggy Sue meme is? I don't know. It's something to do with nuclear energy.
Some of these major issues. So, you know, when
and young women are targeting him or something like that.
Change the voting in the upper house. It said it 9 times to the ABC in Albany, and then
something about sex workers. Okay.
When he could, the firearms
still 0 votes for Libertarians.
Still live. There's a guy
Are they running any lower house candidates?
One would assume so.
I'm not so sure.
Where if Libertarians would win anywhere, where would they win?
Argentina.
In Argentina. Yeah, I mean, like I'm just looking at a bunch of seats at the moment just to see what kind of people are running in the lower house.
Sorry to interrupt you guys, but actually we're doing a statewide total at the moment. Labor's votes down 11%, Liberals down 1%, Nationals are up about almost 6%. So yeah, Labor and Liberals are both being punished, which might be interesting for federal results.
Yeah,
but Labor's still like over 60% two-party preferred statewide, so it's not looking like the swing's really big on yet.
We got 5 booths in Kalgoorlie now, and it's getting quite a bit closer, within 2% now.
Right. 5.6% swing to the Liberals. That's pretty pathetic. It's pretty pathetic.
It's what I had a feeling of happening.
That like the Libs would just like completely like underperform.
Yeah, but we probably haven't had like a single significant polling booth, like a metropolitan proper polling booth in, one that took 1,000 votes.
Again, the vibe I was seeing was basically like people were kind of satisfied with how Labor's doing. I presume they won't be as satisfied to just re-elect them by the same numbers, but I didn't see any sort of big move to like really punish them at the ballot box like I've seen in other parties with landslide elections.
Yeah. So, for example, in Pilbara, there's a 25% swing against Labor on the first booth. So that would, if that bore out, then the Liberals would win the seat. Also, how many of these are reporting two candidate preferred counts? I think it's all just projections on primary vote, isn't it?
Sorry, could you say that again? I was reading a comment.
So we're getting primary vote counts, and like the ABC and everyone is just projecting two-party preferred swings. But I don't think we've had a single two-party preferred count from a booth yet.
Right. Okay. So it's all down to just like projections at the moment.
That and based on small booths that would, like, what if a couple of a few old couples died and then a couple of young families moved in, like that would have a possible impact on just one little booth, for example.
Yeah, someone's saying there's a swing to Labor in Cottesloe, but there's like I've just looked at it. There's like 300 votes in or something like that. So yeah, way too early. Oh wait, there is like a current count going on for two-party preferred actually. With actually the Liberal Party are massively ahead. Oh, it's because the Liberal Party 72% on the current count. So but it's just like 300 votes. So it's way too early. Anyway, I'll be back. I'm gonna go to the room that people go to when they need to. I'll be right back very soon.
Okay.
Sorry if I've been a bit quiet recently. I've been eating, so I didn't want that caught on mic. So
fair. I see. Well, like some stuff dripping in. Like I don't see a consistent trend yet. I see some seats where first 1 or 2% have returned like big double-digit swings to the Liberals, and then others where it's like small single figures. Like, for example, Warren Blackwood 5% in, and the ALP is actually ahead.
Well, the ABC's called at least 2 seats. I don't know what they've called yet.
They're probably called VAS. Can you say it? VAS?
Bassett. Besenden. Bess.
No, VAS. The latest seat. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's probably that one, and they're probably doing Central Weak Belt. That's the other one that's like.
Yeah, they've called it. Probably the system has called it as well.
Again, nothing crazy. I don't know. Unless you think, would you think if it ended up being like, let's say the swing was less than 5%, would you be surprised by that result? Like Labor winning. So Labor won last election with almost 60% two-party preferred. If they won this,
it was almost 70.
They won. If they win like 65% two-party preferred, would that
that's
shock
still an
you?
absolute rout. Yeah, that's an absolute rout. Like that's
yeah.
That's an absolute whack.
We're just discussing, Eli. If the swing is less than 5% away from Labor, would you be generally surprised by such a result? Would you be like, I could see that happening?
I'd be surprised because that's not what the polls are pointing to at all, and it could also mean we actually keep the Nationals opposition as well. With that kind of, I mean, it does. The fact that there's sort of like a 3-party contest in a lot of seats, that's what makes the 2-party preferred maybe not as relevant as well. I don't know how they sort of work it out with the fact that like Nationals are this big force in WA, at least like this election, there's a big force. So
you were predicting Labor to do worse than 2017, is that right?
I don't know. I mean, what was the 2-party preferred in 2017? Do you know?
All right, so in 2017, the 2-party preferred was 55.5, and they held 41 seats.
No, I think Labour would do a bit better than that, right? Because the polling
Okay.
is showing them to be doing
Yeah.
better than that.
I think they'll do better than 2017, which is kind of hilarious because 2017 was Labour's biggest landslide win ever, which I always thought was kind of funny.
Things have changed. It's been a big couple of years.
Yeah.
Wow. There's a 34.2% swing to the Liberal Party in Pilbara. Amazing. I'm just gonna change over to that. Do we think this is gonna hold, guys? Do you think there's after 100 votes there'll be a 34.2% swing?
I highly doubt it.
But I'm seeing a much bigger swing to the Liberals than the Nationals, just on that figure too.
So Roe, there's a 4.4 swing to the Nationals.
Yeah, they'll hold that.
South Perth is looking really close. I thought that like maybe the coalition would win this one just because in Swan there seems to be quite a bit of a household stress. But I did hear from a lot of reports that the Labour Party are looking like they could hang on here. So if the Labour Party do win in South Perth, I won't be too surprised. Warren Blackwood.
It's a pretty high green.
The swing to the Labour Party in Warren Blackwood. That's a surprise. A lot of people weren't talking about that. That one Survivor guy. I think this is the seat that he thought that the Labour Party might lose. Actually.
Currently, it's showing a huge swing against the Nats, and then there's a swing to Labour on primaries. So that one.
So, yeah, 15% for the Greens primary vote in South Perth. And how much of a swing is that actually? That's like a 4.4% swing to the Greens. The Nationals are running in South Perth. Yeah, that's right. The Nationals are running in a bunch of metro seats.
Yeah.
How do you think they're going to do, guys? Do you think Nationals
About as well as the Queensland Nationals did when they tried to run in Brisbane.
How well did they do? Give us a history lesson.
I don't think they did very well, but they benefited from the fact that the election was just so ridiculously biased towards the regions that they won. Anyway, but like I'm trying to think what like the most what is the most metropolitan seat that a Nationals member owns? Like Monaro?
Was this back in the
80s?
Bajelki Peterson days? Yeah. How do you pronounce his name? Is it Behelki?
Bieki.
Bieki, yeah, okay.
But I like to call him Bieki because he was pretty yuck.
Big swing to the Libs in Hillary is not a surprise because this is one of those like seats where they're talking about cost of living hitting up in North Perth, basically around the sort of Pierce area, and sort of Cowan area as well. That's why I thought like Kingsley would maybe be a Liberal pickup, but the swing doesn't look to be big enough yet for that.
Do we know how the count's looking in our friend from Geraldton's seat, or whatever that booth is? Have we got an early result there?
Geraldton? No, Geraldton we have no count.
Oh, we know. Weren't we saying at the start of the stream we have a guy there?
Was it Stormon's guy?
Or
it was Stormon's guy. Yeah. Do you want to give us an update?
What, me?
Yeah. Your guy in Geraldton.
That's my tiny walkway. Booth have just come prove to me 30 for Lara Dalton, 97 for walkway, and 97 Wah for walkway and 188 Wah, 20 Lara. Oh, this is very hard to see. These are tiny Nat seats. I don't get it. I don't know what he's. I'll put up what he said and see if you can understand what he's meaning on this. I'll put it in the private chat.
Oh, by the way, I have got another super chat. Take heed. Labour is fine to be BDFO in the federal election. There's only been a couple of days where I've actually thought that Labour were in deep trouble. And that was like a week or two ago. I said I made that sort of prediction where it was like after we got that 55-45 by respondent allocated preferences by red. I think it was Resolve Strategic, right? I was like feeling pretty dire about Labour. But even at that point, I only thought that the coalition would win by about 5 seats or something like that. So I do think Labour is going to win the federal election. But I think the fact that it's been extended now till May, like Albo's had to delay the election till May, means that there's a lot more uncertainty. Rather than if the election was in April 12, there's a lot more things that can happen. You know, there's a whole budget we have to go through before we figure out exactly what's happening. So I think, Dutton probably is signing
That also means budget reply.
What'd you say, sorry?
But there's also a budget reply as well.
Yeah, budget reply. Yeah. So Dutton, I think, is probably pretty relieved at the fact that the election had to be delayed. Like, he was praying for it. He was like, Albo shouldn't call the election. I was saying to my mum that I think Albo should have called the election like on Tuesday or something. When he heard about the cyclone and it was coming in a couple of days, I think he should have just straight away called the election, because
Even worse, what if the cyclone was terrible? Like, what if it really wiped stuff out? And
you reckon?
we hope, of course, that well,
I think it would
Firstly,
be
we hope-
very bad PR for Labor to start a campaign when, like,
Maybe you're right. Maybe I'm completely wrong.
like people are ragging on Dutton for ducking out to quickly do some fundraiser in Sydney. Can you imagine Albo like calling an election right before it all?
Well, maybe he should have just called the April 5th election, and then he would have had, like, his hands would have been clean because it would have happened before he knew about the cyclone or something. I don't know. But that's a different question.
Maybe.
I know, that's a different
But
question.
then that might happen. Like we have a federal election campaign going on now while this count's happening.
Yeah, which, I guess the WA, the Roger Cook might be a bit annoyed, but I just think there's so much uncertainty between now and the election that like I think you said earlier, I was talking to you this about earlier, that the campaign only going longer. Did you think it was going to hurt Dutton? Yeah, that's right. You said because they were like. Can I repeat what you said?
me?
No, I'm pretty sure it was Max that was talking to you about this. Right?
Wait, what did I say? Sorry.
Didn't
If I
you
said it to you, it's probably fine to say. But,
It's probably what? Sorry.
sorry, I was distracted looking at something else. Something's gone terribly wrong with Paul Blotter's
Oh, really?
model because it's showing a 38% swing to Labor statewide.
Right. Okay. I gotta get on. To this. So, let's have a look. Oh yeah, 40% swing to Labor on the two-party preferred. And then we've got negative values are invalid for a pie chart.
We've got to keep our eyes on Pilbara. 10%, like 8.5% of the count's in, and it looks like the Nats are probably ahead.
So maybe
I'm trying to see. I'll see which polling booths to come through because it could be possibly pro-Nat.
Okay, so here's the point in the night. I'm finally talking about betting. I've got like $30 on either Liberals or Nationals winning Pilbara. So and the odds were like, one time I put them on, they were like 4.3.
It only pays out if you actually say it properly, though. That's the rule.
Oh no! If Bet365 get a hold of the stream, I'm screwed. But yeah, I'll basically win like $150 or something if Nationals win Pilbara. So that's what I'll definitely be looking at. Where's Albany? Albany, the ALP are ahead. Yeah, that one's really close though. So 4.3%. He's combined the Liberals and the Nationals, which can I actually get like I can get the primary votes, I see. And the Nationals are on about 19%, and Liberals on 24%. So the Nationals could theoretically overtake the Liberals here. That was what I was suspecting could happen because of the Liberal candidates.
By the way, I'm looking at the party totals at the moment. Labor's down 25% in first preferences, but only like 8% in two-party preferred. I'm wondering if that's got anything to do with like Liberal Nationals infighting and preferencing the other party, preferencing Labour
Where
over
are you
the other
seeing-
party.
Where are you seeing
This
that?
is it's on ABC News. If you go to party totals, again, I'll
Okay.
put it in the link in the chat.
So, Poll Bludger has fixed the thing. It's now 10% swing against Labour, and it has them on 59.7%. So, definitely the polls are seeming somewhat accurate. It wasn't. It's sort of it's adjusting to a more expected result versus what we were seeing earlier with only like a 6% swing or something like that. And yeah, the coalition are ahead in Albany. I think I said earlier that the Labour were ahead. That was a bit silly. Cottesloe, Liberal Party only barely ahead. That's it's versus an independent. Guys, look at this. Independent. What do we got here? Rachel Horncastle. That's the one that your commenter was talking about. 25.5%. The Liberals currently on 55.2% of the primary vote. So they're probably going to win, but
Doesn't sound like that was a problem, but yeah.
it has the win probability on 53% for the Libs. So that's really close. That's really close. Wow. And the other one where independent I heard had a chance with Netherlands, but the independent there is on no the independents are not 7.4%, so we're not really seeing that there. So it looks like the Libs will probably win Netherlands, which is what we expected. So and then we've got Kingsley was one I really wanted to look at. It doesn't look like the Labour Party are going to... Sorry, the Liberal Party are going to win here. It looks like it shall be a Labour Party retain. So, Murray, Wellington, we haven't got anything there yet. Warren Blackwood was one that I heard... Warren Blackwood. I get mixed up between the two double-barreled... Murray Wellington's the one that's... where is Barry Wellington?
It's on about like 17%. I think. That was I'm not saying results in for it.
Down there, yeah. But the other one, so there's Murray Wellington, and then there's what's the other one called again? Warren Blackwood.
Warren Blackwood. No results have come in since the 2% swing to Labour.
Okay. So Warren Blackwood. There's actually there's a bit of a swing to Labour there, which is kind of surprising. That was one I thought was sort of a goner for Labour, but how much percentage? Oh, that's I mean that's still early days as well. So the ones that are sort of like got a significant amount counted. We've got VAS, where the coalition are ahead. That's one that they currently have. I shouldn't call them coalition. I'm sorry, everyone, but it's not the first time tonight that I'll be doing that. Pilbara, the Conservatives, as you like to call them. And I saw that guy in your comments, by the way, Max, who's like, they're not conservative. Saw that comment.
Yeah, cool, man.
Yeah, so the Conservatives are on 56% there, so that's... Why does it say ALP?
That's not even the worst. You should see the people that carry on about using LNP when it's not Queensland.
Oh, yeah. I remember Friendly Geordies, there was a video of his that he was ragging on that, and ever since then I've been trying desperately to not say LNP. But it's so annoying because when you talk about WA, you can't say coalition because they're not in a coalition, so you have to say Liberals. And then you can't
I'm surprised you let Friendly Geordies define how you choose to say things.
Friendly Geordies lives in my head, and he pays a little bit of rent because I do like to crap on him, but mostly rent-free. Actually, what does that mean? If somebody is paying a little bit of rent, what does that mean? I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, I'm gonna go look at the chat again because I've been ignoring the chat for a while now. Let's have a look.
But talking to people in both Geraldton and Kalgoorlie, one of their biggest issues was housing.
40.1% swing in Secret Harbour, but yeah, but I don't think the Labour Party are going to lose that one. POV Greens wins a seat, not going to happen.
plenty of jobs available, but the lack of housing and the competition with mining.
I do find it interesting that a state as big as Western Australia has no Greens members, when even the NT now has a Greens member.
A lot of youth crime, a lot of people talking about how antisocial behaviour is affecting these communities,
So-
and just in the city.
That kind of makes sense to me. Like it's even in metropolitan Perth, there is a sort of knowledge that Perth's wealth and prosperity is dependent on their resources.
In Albany, health is also a very big priority for them. One of their priorities is
Tasmanaut says a bit of wind and rain is not a natural disaster, just like a stuffy nose is not a pandemic.
I'm curious to know what seat did the Greens do the best last time? Well, I guess it's the
Fremantle.
seat round Curtin.
Fremantle.
So that's sort of near Curtin. Well, like
Yeah,
Curtin
it's
Uni
south of
somewhere
Curtin.
close.
It's south of Curtin. Across the.
No. I'm talking about Curtin University.
Oh, Curtin University is in.
Isn't it south of the city?
I think it's in South Perth.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is why some people thought that like the Labour Party might hang on there in South Perth because it's sort of progressive or something. I would assume that there would be some university students voting in that electorate.
So it looks like ABC's called at least 8 seats for Labour.
They've called 8 seats for Labour. Well, let's have a look at what those might be.
One for
Couldn't we? 1 second. Okay, so we've got. I'm just going to refresh the page. It says okay, so it says 8 seats on here, but does it actually say it on?
I don't say which 8 seats they think it is though.
Yeah, I think this is pretty typical for elections. They say that the party has won certain seats, but then when you look at the seats, there's a 40% swing to the Labour Party here. Oh my god, 95.4%. Secret Harbour really loves the Labour Party. There must be something really secret about Secret Harbour for them to.
But what's generally surprised me is just how big the swing is against Labour in the first preferences. But we're just not really seeing it in the two-party preferred.
Let me see if the poll. Okay, so the poll bludger has called Perth for Labour. Not much of a surprise. 69% there, and the Greens on 21%.
Hilarious that 95% result stands. That'd be hilarious.
So 21%, the Greens doing pretty well in Perth. 5% swing to them. They've called Rowe for the Nats. And Central Rebuilt, that was called ages ago. But that's all the poll bludger has called. But I know that the poll bludger does take quite a bit longer than ABC, the cool stuff. So I'm not surprised that's what's going on. But yeah, I tried to get onto Pilbara earlier and it didn't work. So let me try again now. Yeah, there's something going on with Pilbara, but Labour Party down 26.7% there. Liberals up 16. So yeah, actually the Nats, unless they get like preferences from the shooters. Oh, One Nation on 10%. So I'm going to assume that there'll be some One Nation voters who preference the Nats over the Liberals. So the Nats could get over the Liberals here and win the seat. Or the Liberals could win the seat. If they maintain they're about like 5% ahead of the Nationals on the primary vote there. But it looks like the Labour Party are in trouble in Pilbara, which is a bit of a surprise. We thought like mining seats, maybe the Labour Party would hang on. Are you still there, Mr. Max?
I'm still here. I'm just checking out the same seat. I guess yeah, I don't know if the projections are properly factoring in which booth the results are coming in from necessarily though.
You don't know about what booth it is, you said, sorry?
Yeah, so like looking at Pilbara, for example, the projection says Liberals up by 6.3%, but he's also saying ALP ahead. So I'm not sure what booths they are and whether or not that's being factored into the 56% two-party preferred number on his display.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure we still haven't seen a single preference count from a booth yet, which is crazy.
I trust the poll bludger when it says projected, that they probably like have that all calculated in the calculator and stuff like that. But
right. Yeah, I would have thought so too.
Yeah. Wait. where was that I was seeing? Somebody said in something that one of the things is close. One of the seats is close. Let me have a look. Womble says, "So good to see all three of you in one stream, putting aside personal views and collaborating." Yeah, me and Solomon and Max here from Anglo Elections Insights. We all very much have different personal views. We very much clash in person. But yeah, like in the stream, we're chill. So
I'm always curious to know how progressive do you think you are, Eli?
okay, so here's the difference between me and you, Solomon, right? Economically, I'm to the left of you. I think. I don't know. But socially, okay. When people try to identify my social politics, they get very, very, very confused, right? So I feel like I don't know if I'm to the left or to the right of you socially, but I'm definitely in a different sort of. I'm sort of in a different what's the word? Different dimension to you socially. That's true. That's for sure. That's my opinion. And then as for Max, I actually agree with him on a lot. I actually agree. There's a lot of things I do have agreements with libertarians, even though I'm not a libertarian. I used to hang around with the Liberal Democrats. Actually, I've got a good friend who is libertarian as well. He lives in Adelaide. But yeah, we probably do have disagreements on issues, but me and Max have not discussed issues too much. But on the things we have discussed, we've been pretty similar in opinion. So
pretty easy to just chill and have discussions, to be honest.
And that too.
Well, I think they're interviewing Matt Keogh at the moment, who's the member for is it Burt? I think it is, which is south east Perth.
So it looks like the Greens are actually doing as well as they were polled. They're getting 11%, so they should get 4 seats in the upper house, I think. Okay. Actually, I want to look at the primary votes right now and then have like a little bit of a sort of a guess on the
Labor is at 38.6%, which based on the fact that they are high 30s and Liberals are low 30s, you can basically combine Liberal and Nationals together. They outpoll Labor at the moment. 39 to 38.6.
Yeah, but then there's always the Greens coming up and helping. Wow, the Nationals are doing.
Yeah, but I was kind of thinking. I thought Labor's going to go for 40%.
Look at this.
Could still happen. They're going up.
It's all smaller rural booths and the odd place.
Okay, but still, the Nationals are doing really well. All right, I just want to say they're doing really well.
I expected that. Remember, I called it at the start. I said the swings will be biggest in rural areas. Or regional areas.
Okay, so this isn't a good way to judge because actually, let me see if we got any. We'll see results for a start. No, we don't.
The Nationals have actually done a good job in capturing that right-wing populist energy that you see sort of someone like Donald Trump catching with it. I think they've just been able to really resonate with their vote as well, which is interesting because I was like kind of predicting the decline of the National Party a few years ago because I thought they were like the country was finding them just old and outdated and too partisan and stuff, but. I think they've found a good way to stay relevant and continue to grow votes.
Okay.
Even.
Sorry, just to interrupt. We have like 0.02% of the progress on Legislative Council, so I think it's not really worth it to look into that right now. But it is somewhat interesting to look at the primary votes from what we have. It looks like the Libertarians are running in at least one seat in the House because they've got 0.1% here. I don't know what seat that is though. Legalized cannabis getting 1.5%. I'm assuming they're not running in that many seats, so that's actually pretty good. Christians 2.9%, but they are running in a fair few seats, I think. So yeah, I do think the One Nation and Christians will get a seat. Probably legalized cannabis will get a seat. Nationals probably get 2. Greens probably get 4.
I do want to mention though that Nationals' position isn't going to be as strong this time around because the Labor have basically got rid of the Senate district.
Yeah,
sorry, the legislative districts. Yeah,
they'll probably get 2. I reckon. Libs will probably get 11. Labor Party is sort of not doing as well as they're polling. It could just be because we got more regional booths going on so far.
Yeah,
Labor's first preference vote has been going up.
Okay.
Since I checked it, when I first checked it was at like 36. Now it's like 38.6. I think it'll crack 40 in about an hour's time.
But what's interesting is the two-party preferred is
holding high. Yeah,
it's holding pretty high. Yeah, so
it's still well within landslide territory.
Absolutely. So yeah, Labour Party can't really tell about how things are going to go in the upper house from this, but they are sort of doing not as well.
Has Green
with
called
primary voters
the
as
election
polling.
yet?
Is Green what? Sorry, has he called? No, I don't think he has. No, I don't think he's called the election yet. So.
I feel like he should. Like, I feel like it's pretty obvious that they're going to win. I guess maybe he doesn't like.
He pretty much called it going into the election, to be honest.
Yeah.
I'll just move to the Perth figures because that's the more probably.
We've got two Joes in the chat.
In the metropolitan area, we've got I think 5%.
And hi Far Right, 8 minutes late. Hey, that's me. You were referencing. Hi Far Right. I remember Far Right. He's been a long time subscriber. He's been around since the early days. So fun fact, everyone, my channel is actually 6 years old. It's I've been doing this for a long time. Although the frequency of my videos back in the day, it wasn't that often. So I wonder how Roger Cook would go as PM of the country. Not as well as Mark McGowan. He wouldn't be as popular as Mark McGowan, I would say. So
you'd say on these numbers, the Labor Party has been re-elected. Now, well, we haven't got a real handle on.
There we go. Albanese. Almost calling it Albanese. Anthony Green has basically called the election for the Labor Party.
Look at that number.
Okay.
Yeah.
Area. That's a disappointing number. You would be expecting, you only have half the Labor vote in Perth would be disappointing. Now, perhaps there will be a different trend.
That's a disappointing number, he says.
There is no indication of a trend which is going to defeat the Cook government, and the Labor Party looks on track.
Joe is also a long-time subscriber as well.
Declaration of that from Anthony Green, but it's pretty clear where this is heading. It's no surprise. And those Scarborough results in particular, Rita, what do you make of that? Because
Scarborough results.
Much of a swing there in a seat that really.
Yeah, it looks like that was like a key pickup for the Liberals. Like they really needed that in order to form like a credible opposition.
Oh yeah, they've called it for the Labor
point.
Party. They've called it for the Labor Party. Damn. Okay. Yes, I will go.
They actually called it.
Yeah. So let's go on to this. 55.8% two-party preferred to Labor. Only a 4% swing to the Libs. That's pretty pathetic. There has been a 7.6% swing against the Labor Party. Nationals got a 4%, Greens 2%. But yeah, it's kind of just middling, really. This is one seat that I think people were expecting was easily going to go. So, and it's been called. And let's see if the poll bludger has called it too. I'll just refresh the page. No, they haven't called it, but Labor Party are ahead here too. Yep.
And that's with a proper count too. There's about a third of the vote counted there.
Not at this point. I mean, we're obviously.
Sean says, I'm going to go to the ABC, but keep up the good work, champions. Thank you, Sean, for the donation. Thank you very much, Sean. And thanks for stopping by the way. So, it's nice to see you. I know Sean outside this channel. Churchlands is now 13% and Basil is ahead. Yep, not surprised. And there's two Joes in the chat, so I wonder who the real Joe is.
Oh, they're doing Geraldton now on the
ABC.
Yeah, I'm curious just because this is where Loom High is.
Okay, I will turn it up because why not?
I'm just hoping that there is a reasonable.
I'm wondering about Geraldton
at this point. Otherwise, I'll be in for a fairly tough night.
Okay, we're going to go to Geraldton, I believe it is now, where the Nationals leader Shane Love is standing by. Shane.
Oh, I thought we were going to go to results. It's just the guy from.
No, it's just. He's not even the guy running for the seat. That's someone else.
This is isn't this the opposition leader?
Yeah, I think he. Oh, right. No, his seat is like the area around Geraldton. The rural areas, like that. I think that's what southern is. That central wheat belt is.
I'm gonna have.
His seat would be.
Yeah, he's. Wait, that's not. It's Lachlan Hunt. I'm confused with which.
So we've got 3.4% counted in Geraldton. There's a 20% swing to the Nationals.
I'm pretty sure that's although that hasn't counted most of the Geraldton proper's results yet.
Okay. Well, anyway, the Nationals are up 5%, Labour Party down 30%. There's an independent called Shane Van Stein, which I didn't even hear about him. Up 18%. I've just got a restart thing from Windows. I will do that some other time. Let's change this. Tuesday, there we go. All right, good, sweet. Anyway, and then the Liberal Party on 15%. So, I think the Liberal Party will probably preference the Nationals. I don't think that Independent has much of a chance, but let's see what the poll bludger says. We'll go on to Geraldton. Yeah, looks like
Yeah, so it's the guy in the interview is doing sort of Midwest, which is sort of like everything around Geraldton, but not
Right.
Geraldton itself.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah. And the poll bludger is pretty confident that the Nats will win in Geraldton. So yeah, maybe it looks like the Nats are doing pretty well,
Okay.
but
Because Lumai says he's saying he thinks the results from him are promising that they'll hold it again. He's only coming from one booth. You can't see the wider picture.
fair enough. Yeah, which booth is he at actually? Is he somewhere?
He's in a tiny town called I forgot the name of the town he said he was in. Northampton, which is like a little tiny town, like an hour to the north.
I see it here, Northampton RSL Hall. We haven't had like the full results come in from there yet, so we'll come back to that later in the night and look back into that then, see how it's going. Let's see what the chat is saying, if there's any updates there. South Perth has been called for Labour. Okay, so South Perth, that was one which some people thought might stay with Labour, and it looks like that has happened. That's one I thought the Liberals would win, but because that was in Cowan and stuff like that.
Oh, has ABC called seats on your page? Because my page still has it all written as like too early.
Yeah, so they've called 19 seats. But I've just looked now.
Yeah, I can see like the seats, the projected results, but none of it's showing up on the actual seat count down below.
So I'll go through this myself. So yeah, so South Perth has been called as a Labour retain. The swing is only 7.4%. Vass, Liberal retain, 4.4% swing to the Liberals. Not a surprise there. That's the leader's seat. And then we have Bateman as an LP retain. Oh wait, Bateman. They thought this was going to go to the Libs as well. What? And there's actually only a 1% swing to the Libs. The Libs are getting absolutely trashed in some of these Perth seats. Are we really going to see a Nationals opposition again at this point?
Bateman's where the Libertarians were running.
Oh, they're running in Bateman. I'll have a look at that actually.
Yeah, Labour's still leading the Liberals on primary, based on the first sort of 30% of the vote that's come in.
Libertarians getting 88 votes. Oh wait, sorry, no, 36 votes. Oh dear. They're actually I think they're the lowest actually out of everyone. That's actually not a good sign for the Libertarians. But I don't think it's necessarily the kind of seat that the Libertarians would be hoping to get like legislative council votes in.
Oh, I've got some of the results now. It turns out I had the wrong setting selected. Now I can see sort of the retained seats now.
Right. Let's see. Changing seats. Nope, no changing seats. Yeah. So ALP, they have called 19, but they haven't shown them. They haven't shown all up on here. They have like a lot. It's just the ABC website. I don't know why it works like this, but it does. So, is there a way to change this to actually get like the ones that they're calling or not?
No. So the Labour, like what's weird is their website, their track at the top, their projected total, has these like seats that they call beforehand that they don't show further down below. So that tracker's always like sort of further ahead.
Yep.
Of what's shown below, I find.
And yeah, Labour 21 seats out of 30. So yeah, this is looking like a pretty big landslide at the moment.
Yeah, I thinking as it currently stands, it's looking like. So I'm going to go through. Labour in 2017 had 42.2% of first preferences and 55.5% two-party preferred. They haven't quite reached. They're currently beating their two-party preferred at the moment, but they haven't matched their first preferences yet. They've just hit 40% first preferences. I think what they showed in Perth. Perth is currently over 50%. If that number holds, that they're over 50% in Perth, we're just going to see that number just continuously shoot up towards 50%. I don't think we'll hit 50 because I think we can definitely see there is a turn against Labour in the countryside. Like the countryside is voting them out, but it's just not being seen in Perth.
I'm still not convinced that that's happening. Like, I'm still not convinced that we've seen all the little towns come through. Like, have we seen the proper Albany, Geraldton, Broome booths, that kind of thing?
All right, maybe not. I don't. Because they don't do the booth breakdowns like they do when it's a by-election. Unless oh wait, you got booth results, haven't you, Eli? Can you? Do you know? I guess you wouldn't know if it's in.
Okay.
If it's in the town, because it'd be suburb names. And
so okay, so let's just use Albany as an example, right? Oh, and the poll bludger is saying that Labor are probably going to win this one. Actually, by the way, the Labor Party are predicted to be ahead on the two-party preferred. So I mean, I don't know. Oh, we do have a map here. So right. So yeah, the ones that are being counted, I think fully counted, are sort of the more sort of regional ones. So that does see up here as well. Like, it's all like, I mean, they haven't done this. There's a Mount Barker in WA.
That doesn't surprise me.
I'm surprised that there's a Mount Barker in WA. What's this? Is this orange or what is this? No, I think it's Labor, but it just looks orange. So I don't know why I can't zoom in. I don't know why it doesn't let me zoom in. Oh, control zoom. I see. Do this. Yeah. Okay. So it looks orange, but this is I think saying that it's like a Labor win. So wow, there's a lot of candidates in this seat. It's like 10 candidates in Albany. Yeah.
I think there's been someone mentioning the other day about the and maybe Max, you can comment a bit on this. The dysfraction of the right at the moment. Like in Australia, we have a whole bunch of just right-wing parties that are all sort of like at each other's throats. Like obviously you got the bigger ones like your One Nations and lesser extent UAPs, but then you got like, I think it was at the Trumpets Pressure Australia, you could even possibly throw in the Libertarian parties, the Australian Conservatives, the Australian Christians, and they've all got like their own like individual ideas of the right and true way to do right-wing politics, and it's just we just don't see it on the left as much. Like between the Labor and the Greens, that pretty much covers the vast majority of all left-wing ideology. You don't really have all these like small left-wing parties as much as you on the right. I'm curious to be rebutted on this, Max. If you
look, it's there to some extent because most independents, for example, that are elected come from the centre-left. Animal justice parties around. Fiona Patton's Reason Party, particularly in Victoria, was a force in politics. And there's other sort of centrist parties as well. Sustainable Australia comes to mind. So it exists, but the Greens kind of got in first, hey?
Yeah.
And just sort of fully established themselves.
I don't know why it is that the right-wing parties are so fractured. Yeah, they seem to really sort of... I think it's
personalities.
I think it's personalities, and it's also because in the right you do have like certain people who do seem to have, like, obviously, like, for example, like Clive Palmer, right? He has money, right? So he has like so much of an ego and the money, right? That he is able to start his own thing, and he doesn't have to like sort of fall into just one nation. And you got other people too, like that. Sorry, let me just finish. That Lyle Shelton guy, right? Who's like he's the head of Family First now too, right?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, he probably has some money, So, and obviously he has an ego too, so he's able to start his own thing. And Cory Bernardi, was already a member of Parliament, so that's sort of a bad example. But I think on the left, it's more difficult because you got these less of these individuals who have a decent amount of money to throw around, so they just end up just like being like, oh, screw it, I'll just go with the Greens because they're the sort of major left-wing force.
But it's also interesting that I think the Greens tend to vote or preference Labor in much higher amounts than a lot of these other right-wing parties. Like, there's been a few times where like Labor has won seats because One Nation and the Libertarians and United Australia, like they've all just
Greens
let
hold
their
it that way.
preferences exhaust rather than preference the Liberals, whereas the Greens are somewhat reliable in preferencing Labor.
Yeah. One
Oh, actually,
Nation.
Greens called the election.
Yeah, he's called the election. Okay, well, I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In
So
fact, they uncalled
congratulations,
the
Roger
seat.
Cook.
But One Nation used to be very much back in the day, back in 1998. They used to be like basically 50-50 Labor and Liberal. And I think even back then, there were some elections at that sort of time period where they actually preferenced Labor more than the Liberals. And then
Well, you got to remember, like they might be like a centre right or sort of further right party now, but their voters don't all come from the Liberal Party.
yeah. But
So their preferences are going to reflect.
these days it's different though. Like at the moment, it's like 70% like preference the Liberal Party from One Nation. So it's a different. It's the voter base is, it's a different group of people these days than it was in the 90s or early 2000s for One Nation. I think like
Yeah, but
go on.
the thing with One Nation voters is that some of them, like they've broken with the Labor Party severely in terms of like social issues or immigration, stuff like that. But in terms of their economic interest, Labor possibly represents a better deal for them. Like they might not be kind of pro-business, pro-capitalist kind of people necessarily,
Hang
but
on,
they are very
hang
entertaining
on.
to listen.
Your like microphone. You're like it's like phasing out a little bit.
Oh, okay. Just let me know if it keeps happening, and I'll just switch to the laptop mic.
That's better. All right, go on.
Okay, cool. I was just saying that like One Nation voters, yeah, they've had this big split with the Labor Party over social issues and over immigration and all of those types of issues, and that changed their primary vote. But in terms of their economic interests, it doesn't necessarily align with the Liberal Party or the Nationals. And it might still align more with the Labor Party, and that's why Labor gets some of their preferences.
Right. Yeah.
You don't have that on the Greens. Like, what part of the coalition appeals to a Greens voter?
Yeah. Well, there is a.
It does. Basically, sort of Till voters so basically you're like pro-gay marriage, pro-trans, but pro-low taxes, sort of that. Sort of your wealthy progressives, like your millionaire people who are progressive. Sure, the Tills are sort of coming if we more of them, but they also sort of used to vote Greens because they're like, I like their social policy. But like I like Liberals' economic policy. That's the group I think of normally.
So the lead in Pilbara is closing, by the way. I'll just show that these are the.
By the way, I want to mention a random statistic. Since 1993, Western Australia elected two Liberal for 2 terms, Labor for 2 terms, Liberal for 2 terms, and then Labor for 2 terms. So Western Australia will be officially breaking with their 2-term government voting record, which has stood for the last...
Combo breaker.
Yep.
So yeah, there's sort of like a mix of kind of... I mean, Exmouth, I would assume that like lots of like rich retirees live there because it's like right near the ocean and stuff like that.
It's a port town. I think it's an extraction terminal.
Let's see if I can zoom in a bit. Oh, my mouse is kind of shit.
These towns here are all pretty much just export terminals for mines located inland.
Right. Okay. Well, we do have a bit of a mix. Like Liberals, 1 Exmouth, and the Nationals 1 Dampier, and then Labor's 1 Wickham and stuff like that. I'm not that familiar with how it all sort of plays out in these areas. There's definitely sort of like a mix here. Port Hedland Primary School, won by the Libs. But yeah, the Paul Bludger is saying has for a while said that the ALP was ahead, despite the fact that the coalition were ahead on the 2-party preferred. So I assume they think it's going to get closer as time goes on. Nationals, I'm surprised that the Nationals didn't do better in Pilbara. I did think that they were going to win that one. But yeah. So it looks like the Liberals and Nationals are only going to pick up a handful of seats at this point. Like they're even struggling in like Netherlands, which a lot of people were.
That's Liberal Heartland. It's not
Yeah,
Liberal Heartland.
I mean, okay. I say struggling, but they have like a 2/3 chance of winning. But most people thought that this was like a shoe-in for the coalition, like that there was no chance at all that the.
I think there was a sense though that the map didn't suit the Liberals this time around. Like the smallest swings they needed were in certain sort of regional towns and in their old heartland, and the biggest swings that they were expecting were out in the outer suburbs where all the margins were like 25% plus. And I think that it looks as if that's starting to play out. Their big sort of double-digit swings are happening where Labor had nearly 30% margin.
Right. It's happening in like safe Labor seats. You're saying basically.
Yeah, it's reminding me of like the Victorian 2022 election. Where the swing is on, but it's in the wrong places.
Right. You should probably switch to your laptop microphone, I think.
Yep, we'll do.
Right, so he's looking at Kareen, which is one which another seat everyone was thinking like this is going to go to Libs. Let's see how that's going. Looks like the Libs will probably take that one at the very least. This is sort of like on a case-by-case basis. What the hell? Oh, yeah, okay. I thought that said 42% for a second. No, 12.4% swing against Labour Party. The margin there was not...
we have our first declared gain in Kareen.
Yeah. So...
I missed that one, yeah.
Is that the first, like seat that's
they've actually declared it. They've declared it on the ABC website that it is a official Liberal gain.
No one retires up there. It's just desert. The retirees go south to Albany and Denmark. All right, see, that shows I know nothing about WA. There's a place called Denmark in WA. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, there is. But from what I understand, the north coast of WA, like the far north, is mostly just a bunch of mining extraction terminals and Aboriginal communities. So, like, outside of the people working at the mining extraction terminals, and obviously the mines themselves, it's not really I guess Broome is like the one major town I can think of that's like semi.
Yep.
Like. But like Broome is like your Catherine or your Alice Springs. It's just one of those. In fact, people only know about Broome because like Alice Springs, it's the only town in the area.
So Riverton, I think, is a seat that coincides with Tangney. We don't have that many results yet here, but it's looking like there's not going to be that much of a change in the two-party preferred here. And actually, the Greens are picking up a lot of the swing against Labor. There's actually a swing against Liberal here. So this actually looks pretty good, like 2.8% swing against Labor. Okay, so that's about. I mean, I think the seat of Tangney. What's the margin there? I think it's like 3% or something. So it's looking like if the federal election mirrors this, that Labor should hang on in Tangney. This is what was the kind of swing that I was sort of expecting in Tangney, that there would be a small swing against Labor, but they would hang on. And yeah, there's actually a swing against Liberal on the primary vote. So, but I mean that's only 6.7% counted, so it's pretty early. I'll just see what other seats are sort of in the Tangney area. I think Jandakot might be in Tangney. Okay, that's sort of a mix. So, Cannington, is that in Tangney? Oh no, that's Swan and Burt. Bateman is in Tangney. And Bateman, I believe, is the...
Oh, guys, just officially letting you know, ABC has officially called 30 seats for the ALP. They now officially have
a majority. Okay.
Majority, yeah.
Okay, so Bateman is also in Tangney, and that's got about 2% swing against Labor. So yeah, it's very small swings in the area that Tangney is. And here, there's again a swing against Liberals. I mean, the Nationals are running in this seat. And the Greens are getting a 5% swing towards them. So, yeah, I mean, in these seats which are tangy federally, the swing is not on. Also, let me preface this by saying, last state election for the Labour Party was a complete blowout, right? So you would expect the swings to be higher against Labour than you would see federally, right? And we're not seeing very big swings in where Tangney is at all. So this is looking very good for Labour in Tangney. Again, the federal election, is probably about 2 months away at this point. So a lot of things can change in 2 months. But yeah, this is looking good for Labour. It's not looking like there's a huge sort of anti-Labour swing going on.
About
like this.
votes and stuff. I'm not sure if we've talked about it much today. It's been the results from the Greens. The Greens lost 2% last time around, and they've seemed to have recovered that 2% back, and are now basically they've got a +6. They're getting about 4%, so they're back into being double digits again. They're about almost 13% nationwide. I don't know if that's been what seats they're doing the best in at the moment. Maybe you could figure that out, find out the poll bludger.
I'll look at Fremantle and see how they're doing there. It's only 6.6% counted. Independent ahead. Wow. Independent on highest primary vote in Fremantle, 37.5% of the vote. The Greens have a swing against them, but I mean that's to be expected because there's a big independent, like I assume a teal independent running in Fremantle. And this is interesting because have we actually seen a teal independent beat a Labour candidate before in any state election?
Not to my Diane Lee. No, she wasn't teal.
That's not teal.
There was a teal. There was an attempt in Hawthorn in the Victorian election, but that ended up being won by the Liberals. Although, from what I've heard, did John Bashir resign? Max, did John Bashir resign from Parliament, or is he still in? Is he still in the Victorian government? Never mind. I'll check myself.
Yeah, if you're using your other microphone, Max, we can't hear you. So. Okay, I'm just looking at my chats at the moment. So, one on Survivor, who was a guy.
Yes, he is.
Oh, okay. Wait, what did you say? Sorry.
Also, John Bashir still is a member of Hawthorn. So
okay.
hasn't
one on Survivor has just messaged me saying, "Damn, absolute Labour domination again." I agree. Yeah, and I've been told that it's pronounced Pilbara, so I apologise again for that. Yes, Labour has already won, and the one in Fremantle, the independent Fremantle, is a teal. So, and there's also a teal doing decent in Cottesloe. That's right, which I guess we'll look at now as well. So, according to the ABC, let's have a look. Only at 11 points. Okay, so the Liberals are ahead, but this teal is very close, very very close here. And
you guys hear me now?
I can hear you now. Yes.
Cool. Does Andrew Wilkie count?
He was a former endorsed Green. Also, this is pre Simon Thompson Court.
Sure, the original teal.
But he's an independent from the centre left who has taken a seat off Labour.
But you could argue that with every Green that's taken a seat off Labour, like Adam Bant and Max Chander-Mather.
Okay. Andrew Wilkie was sort of like a teal before the teals were a thing. Okay, so if you're gonna say what's a teal and what isn't a teal, I think it has to be post Helen Haynes, right? Not Helen Haynes, Catherine McGowan. She was the original teal, right? Has to be post that. Yeah, it has to be post that. That's the definition, right? If it's before that, it's not a teal. Andrew Wilkie is like a pre-teal.
So Labour's...
this is looking like a bit of a drubbing right now. This is looking very sad for the Labour Party.
Labour's 1% away from their 2017 results in the first preference votes.
That's amazing, actually, that they could win. They could be this much of a drubbing, and they're still behind on their first preference votes versus 2017. I mean, it just shows that the Labour Party sort of like people are still preferencing Labour, but they're going to someone else first before they go back to Labour.
From what I can gather, Labour obviously so Mark McGowan did a really good PR campaign in the lead up to the 2017 election, which got him a huge amount of support, and then COVID got Labour even more support. And it's not the fact that I think it's really that Labour has gained a ton of support, and they just haven't really lost it. That's all I can say. I'm not saying people are amazed by Labour's campaign or something. I just feel like there's just a lot of native Labour voters now, and it takes a while to, Labour just hasn't lost those native voters. They're still sort of just defaulting to Labour until something goes wrong, which hasn't yet.
So
Because it seems that...
Go on. Sorry, I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, with WA, especially in 2021, they basically got caught on the wrong side of all the issues that really mattered, and Labour on the right side of them, when it came to like the borders and Clive Palmer and all that stuff. So I suppose like why would they go back? What are the if Labour are doing this kind of radical centrism, what are the Liberals offering to those voters? Like, Labour are kind of positioning themselves.
It's basically just like cost of living crisis will do better.
Yeah, but is it like in Victoria, for example, like the mood is so much against Labour as the incumbent because it's so easy to find things to blame on them. But
yeah,
is that so much the case with this state government?
Again, yeah, no, it's just because again, Perth doesn't really have as much of a housing crisis as much as the other states do, from what I've heard. They're not like massively in debt because of that because of that really bad GST deal. Western Australia is flush with cash, unlike the other states.
Yeah.
That GST deal needs to be thrown in the bin, but Labor won't touch it because they need it to win Western Australia. I just really hope a party wins big elsewhere. The problem is the Liberals again probably won't touch it either. But everyone wants WA's votes, which I find kind of funny.
Yeah, it's the was it the third smallest state, and seems to have a lot of importance. By the way, Pilbara has narrowed on the poll pledge to 50-50, but yeah, very much Labor Party are shoe-in to win there. I'm just wondering if the Nationals can actually... They probably can't. They probably can't take over from the Liberals there. And I was just looking at the Legislative Council earlier, and there's a lot of votes for the Christians. I don't know if this is because the booths that they've taken results from are from the Christians, but the Christians are almost doing as well as One Nation, which is pretty surprising. But yeah, and Animal Justice Party not doing too badly actually, but this is 0.15%. So that's
heads up really with 2 hours into the count at the moment.
Yeah.
We're still seeing. I'm still struggling to find preference counts at the booth level.
Are you looking on the poll pledge? Imagine someone.
Yeah, but where are the booths reporting actual preference counts? Like they're doing projections, obviously, but where are the actual preference counts?
Let me have a look. Okay, so we'll just go back to Albany as an example. Oh yeah, they haven't done it yet. So it's all projection. So yeah, I think it's all projection at the moment. What could that mean? Could that mean that preferences could change things? I don't know. Right, so I just want to read out a few comments. So Bin2 says, imagine telling someone in 2016 that Labour would have an almost 20% swing against them and that they would still win in a landslide. I think it's very peculiar in WA. I don't know how long this is going to last for, where the Labour Party just keep on winning landslide elections. I don't know. Go on.
See, it depends. I could see Labour losing the next election, but if they end up winning this election definitively, it definitely is going to be hard for the Liberals. Like, I feel like a lot of the Liberals were expecting today is this would be the election to set them. They weren't going to win this one, but this is the election that's going to set them up to win 2029.
Oh
but
yeah, that's not happening.
At the current rate, it's looking like Labour's might be doing an SA and going for 16 years.
Look T says the OG teal was Ted Mack in North Sydney back in the 1990s.
He was the first independent to win in a long time. Like there was a period of like 20 years where federal parliament was only Labor, Liberal, and Green, Labor and Nationals. I think it was like between the 1949 and 1990. I think it was like sort of a 40-year period of no independence.
As soon as the mining boom is over, WA Labor is done. Well, that's the thing. Like China is slowing down, and resources are very much decreasing in sort of demand. I have some mining stocks, and they're pretty middling. I only just bought them a couple months ago, but so it could have been worse. I could have bought them like a year ago because I would have been completely trashed if I bought them like a year ago. But and then obviously with Trump and stuff like that, and is the world going to return back to mercantilism? That you got to worry about, like whether or not these resources are going to be as profitable in the future as they are right now. So WA could turn into Victoria. All right, I've got some requests. I got a request to track Fremantle and Kalamunda. So let's do that on both the ABC and the Poll Budget because we're getting some sort of different stories from both of them. So Kalamunda, let's look at this. Liberals just ahead, 50.3%. There's a 15% swing to the Liberals here. 21% swing against Labor. This is only 6.5% counted, so it's not that much. And we'll go on to Kalamunda on the Poll Bludger as well. The Poll Bludger, where is Kalamunda? Oh, here. Okay. The Poll Bludger thinks the Liberals are ahead, and it's got about a 56% chance of the Liberals winning. So this is the one I said very early in the night was like 50-50, and it still seems like that's sort of the case at the moment. It could go either way, but the Libs are in slightly. And then Fremantle will look at the Poll Bludger first. They think it's, wow, an 82.4% chance of an independent win. So this teal independent win, currently on 34%, according to this, has projected to candidate preferred of 57%, and then win probability of 83%. That's amazing. That is amazing. So we'll look at the ABC on that seat as well, and I assume that we're going to have a similar story there, because I did look at it earlier, and it did look like the independent had a massive shoe-in. But it says too early, and we've got 6.6% counted. So Kate Hulett. But that might be the only independent that wins tonight. And I think that... Do you guys think that that's sort of looking good for Kate Cheney? I know it's not in the same... I think it's in a different... I'll check where it is federally, but I think it's in a different...
Did you say Fremantle?
Yeah, so it's in...
No, wrong side of the SWOT, isn't it?
Yeah, federal, it's in Fremantle. So,
yeah.
Which, makes sense. It's called Fremantle.
Oh, by the way, I do want to mention that, not sure we mentioned it earlier, that Liberals are looking likely in Churchlands, which was the most marginal seat Labor was holding. Because I remember in Queensland, remember that time in Queensland how the most marginal seat Labor held was like Bundaberg, but they ended up holding it when they lost like all these other seats. That was so funny.
So the independent here, 16%. Do you think that's showing a good sign for Kate Cheney, or do you think it's too low?
You are making me more believe that Kate Cheney can win. And also I heard people in Curtin say that they really like her.
Okay, so
and maybe I'm just again Karen Phelps is just I think she'll be shown to be the anomaly later on and not the standard for Teals.
So Cottesloe, which is one of the only two seats the Liberal won last time. The teal candidate there, I assume the teal is, it's 47.53. So if we've got a teal almost winning one of the only two seats that the Liberal Party won last state election, I think that is showing I think that is showing a good sign for Kate Cheney, in my opinion, and she's got a primary vote of 30%. It shows that there is absolutely an appetite for Teals there.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a tough comparison because the Labor vote's going to hold up a lot better when they've got the incumbents and the popular government. It's a very different mood to when people were trying to kick out an unpopular Liberal government. I don't know if we can read much into it at all because on the surface it looks underwhelming for independents, but I don't think it indicates at this stage for Kate Cheney.
Underwhelming. All right. Okay. Well, Netherlands. I just want to have a look at that. The independents there are not performing, particularly strongly. So, and then what are the other seats sort of around that area? There's Scarborough. I'm gonna have a look at that one because that was the one the Labour Party have held. I don't even know if there was a independent there, or is it? Oh, it's wait. Clear filters. Was there an independent in Scarborough? Let's see. No, there was no independent in Scarborough, so we can't sort of check there if there was sort of. I'm not even sure if Scarborough is in. It is mostly in Curtin, yeah. So that sort of is. There is some reflection there. So let's go back to the ABC and see what's happening, I guess, and I'll have a look again at the comments. Now that I've looked at those seats that I was requested. How's your Bet365 going? Oh, yes, I haven't told my Bet365 story yet. Okay, so it's time for the story time. Is that time of the night? Check Forestfield. I don't even know what that seat is, but I assume nothing interesting is happening there. So earlier in the week, I was looking at Bet365 and I was just like, oh my god, these are some really good odds, because at the time, the most recent poll had the coalition on the coalition. It was okay, so it was like 55 or 56 Labour to 50 to the other one, 54 or 55 to Liberal/Nationals, right? So I was looking at them, and there was like Geraldton on 2.2, Albany on like 2.6 or something, Pilbara on like 1 to 4. There's like these really good odds. So I was like, holy shit, I should really put some money down. And like I was considering putting like a lot of money down. I ended up not putting that much money down. But they had as the options Labour, Coalition, and any other party, and I was really confused. So I messaged them and I was like, when you say coalition, do you mean like, what do you mean? Because they're not in a coalition in WA. So I rang them up and I was like, what do you mean by coalition? And then like the guy like went away for 2 minutes, came back, went away for 2 minutes, went away for 2 minutes, and he's basically like, we'll have to reply to you soon, because we don't really know like what we mean by coalition. Like it wasn't in the rules or anything, right? So like the rules were all referring to the federal politics. So I'm like, okay, and then like I wait like 2 or 3 hours, and then I call them back again. I'm like, hey, do you have an answer for this? Because you said you were gonna tell me in a couple of hours, in a little bit, and they haven't answered me or anything. And they like deeply apologized and stuff like that, and they couldn't give me an answer. And this is after I'd sort of already betted a fair bit, but I just assumed that coalition meant Liberals or Nationals. And then they're like, oh, I'm so sorry, okay, so what we'll do is we'll email back you as soon as possible, and for now we'll give you $50 worth of bet credits. So I got $50 worth of free bet credits because I was persistent on like asking them what the hell they meant by coalition. And then I also asked them what any other party meant, and they said that it does include independents, because that also confused me too. I didn't know if that included independents or not, because I wanted to bet on an independent in Netherlands, which obviously hasn't gone very far. So I don't know if I'm actually going to win money on Bet365, because this has been a bit of a weird election. There's been some seats which I did not expect would remain in the Labour Party's hands, but other seats which might still go to the coalition, and I should be alright in that case. Teals do a lot worse in state level though. I agree with that. Yeah, Teals have not done as well in state level as federal because I think people are paying less attention when it comes to state level. To like sort of community campaigns, or maybe there's not as much money involved or something like that. So yeah, the fact that
That was definitely the case in Victoria.
Yeah, definitely the case in Victoria. Yeah,
They're really harsh caps on what you could spend per
oh,
candidate or what you could donate. There's like a $4,200 cap on what you can donate as like an individual or an entity for one candidate.
okay. Oh, I see. Forestville, because it's Forestville is Forest Field. Sorry, is part of Bullwinkle, so that's why somebody wanted me to check that. So I will do that, but apparently there's no count.
Doesn't look like there's a
Yeah, no count.
Yeah, no count yet. And what is this? What are we? Nearly 2.5 hours in, and we've got what, a fifth of the voting. The biggest loser tonight is the Electoral Commission.
Stop the steal! Stop the steal!
I'm not happy.
Stop the steal.
Get some Florida here.
There's no count on the poll budget review for Forest Field, so it isn't just the ABC.
Yeah.
Okay, so the other places where independents are there's Beebrel Lake. I'll just change back onto this. Is it the Greens? I think it's the Greens. Yeah, I think the Greens are on like 17.5%. They got a swing of 8% there, so that might be a Greens versus Labour contest there, but it just depends on where the Greens end up. There's also Maylands. Is that also versus the Greens? I don't know. The poll ledger side is broken. I'll have a look at the ABC, but yeah. Yeah, but what is going on? Like, it's not like there's a bloody storm ripping through WA at the moment. Like, why are they taking so long to count votes? Maylands is the Greens. Yeah. So the Greens have got an 8% swing to them and on 24%. It really does seem like the Liberal Party is not benefiting so much of the Labour Party getting big swings against them. But we have a lot more seats that are sort of called now. Riverton, only a 1.1% swing to the Labour. Right. Rockingham, that was what's his name seat, wasn't it?
That was McGowan's seat. Yeah.
And 61.6%. So I think that's a swing against the actual last day election, not the by-election. By-election.
Is that two-party preferred?
Yeah. So I'm not sure what was the.
Well, that was McGowan's was literally like 81-19 or something like insane like that.
Yeah.
And then it became more like 60-40.
Right. So it looks like
the by-election.
It looks like it's measuring against the actual state election, not the by-election, and
which it should, yeah.
Right. So South Perth, Labour looking like they're going to hold on there. Well, okay, sorry. Well, it's being called. So I guess I should update my map, shouldn't I? So can you help me actually? Could you look at the ABC website and tell me what's been called, and I can sort of update the map and.
Okay. Oh, that's the right one.
While I'm waiting, I'll get rid of these green seats.
Armadale's been called.
Okay, so Armadale, where is that? It's here. It's here. Okay, and that was Labour. That was Labour, obviously.
Baldivis has been called for Labour.
Baldivis
has been called for Labour.
That's. I'm sorry.
Perth,
I'm sorry, everyone who's actually from Perth watching me do this.
Like south of the CBD.
Yeah, I got it. All right, next.
Basildon is called for Labour.
I saw it a second ago. This is like a memory game. Oh, here it is. Yep, got it. Yep, next.
Bateman is Labour.
Yeah, that's a surprise.
In fact, these are all Labour until I tell you otherwise.
Okay, yep.
Belmont
sounds wealthy. I don't know if it's actually wealthy. Here it is. Yep, there we go. Got it.
Beebrel Lake.
Beaver Lake. That was the one I looked at.
South.
earlier.
It's South Perth.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, it's right near Fremantle. It was a two
Yeah, there's a big lake. There's a big lake.
Two PP versus
South
the
Perth.
Greens. Yep. All right, go on. Yep.
Bigton,
Yep. Yeah, I know where that is.
Bunbury.
Bunbury. Okay. Yep.
So next is Corinne. That is Carina. That is Liberal.
Okay. Yep.
That's a Liberal game. Central Wheatbelt is Nationals.
Okay. Central Wheatbelt. Oh, that one's down here. Wait. Oh yeah, I've got that. Yep.
Girraween is Labor. We're back to Labor seats again.
Girraween is where is that again? It's up here or something, I think. Yeah, here we go.
It's near Bunbury, actually.
Got it. Yep.
Jandakot is
Jandakot
is Labor.
Yep.
Joondalup, North Perth is Labor.
Joondalup.
No, June. Joon. Joondalup.
Oh yeah.
Lansdale is Labor.
Yep. Got it.
Maylands.
Maylands. Yep. Got it. Yep.
Midwest for the Nationals.
Right. Yep.
Minderry for Labor.
Minderry.
As well as.
Yep.
As well as Morley and Mount Lawley.
Morley and Mount Lawley. How's Secret Harbour going, by the way?
We'll get to that in a bit. Oakford and Perth are both Labor.
And I'm struggling to find Morley and Mount Lawley. No, okay, there's Mount Lawley. Okay. And then what was the next one, sorry?
Oakford.
Oakford, yeah, okay.
And Perth.
Oakford. Down here, maybe? Oh, there we go. Okay, so is that... Okay, so that's it?
No, we've got Rockingham.
Oh, Rockingham, of course, yep.
Scarborough.
Oh, Rockingham was down here. Murray is down here. Wait, that's Secret Harbour. Scarborough, right, yep, for Labour. Surprise, yep.
Yeah. Secret Harbour's too early, so don't put that one in.
Mm-hmm.
South Perth, and still got a few more.
Yep, go on, yep.
Vassar is Liberal.
Yep.
Victoria Park is Labor. That's it.
Yep.
No, Secret Harbour don't do. Sorry, I just realised I'm looking at your screen a few bits behind. But yeah. So so that should be. I think they've called. So that's 20 definitively called, but they're currently Labour's predicted to win 34 at the moment.
Right. So Labour 22, Liberal 2, Nationals 2. So we're still seeing if the Nationals might end up as.
Perth is still very much a sea of red by the looks of it.
Absolutely. Joondalup. People are making fun of that.
I know about Joondalup because it's where a lot of people have theorised they should put a third team for Perth in for the AFL.
Oh, okay, I see. Yep. How is this going worse than the worst case scenario forecasted for the Liberals? That is very true. Yeah. Independent is.
Labor still hasn't reached their two-party preferred of 2017 yet.
They haven't?
No, they're still about 0.5% below their two-party preferred of.
Their two-party vote or their primary vote?
I mean, their primary vote.
Yeah.
In fact, their two-party preferred's dropped. It's weird. Their primary vote's climbed,
Yeah.
but their two-party preferred's dropped.
Yep. Yep. Because people aren't preferencing them first, but the preferences are coming back to the Labour Party afterwards.
We don't know that. There's no preference counts.
It's predicted.
But this is what's been predicted. This is what's been predicted.
Based on what?
I don't
But how can you predict? What model is saying that they know what the changes are going to be in preferences?
They just base it on previous results. Pretty sure.
Yeah, I think it's booth by booth, the swings, that sort of thing.
Dave H says Dutton won't be happy. Josh Anderson says Independent is winning in feel. I think he means Fremantle. Or Frio. Right, I say Frio. Is that what they call it, Frio?
Frio heave ho. Free, yo, way to go. Hit 'em real hard, set 'em down, Pete.
So they're talking about Coddle slow now. Very close. I don't think the Independent's gonna win, but yeah.
Actually, I don't know. I'll figure that out.
The Independents still, they've got the third booth in. They've got 15% of the vote in Freo, and the Independent's still in front on primary.
It's Mabo.
There's a 22% swing against Labour.
Kiz's dad says we need more input from Anglo Insights, so maybe we should have a section of the stream called Anglo Insights Soapbox. So
I will be honest with you. Like, I'm pretty tired right now. So like, if you guys are more awake, feel free to talk.
Okay. All right. Oh, there we go. Ken Wyatt on there. Max, give us your insights at 11:30 at night. Give us your insights, please.
I basically just want to see more vote because like it's obvious that it's a bad vote for the Liberals, and it's obvious that Labor's lost a fair bit of primary, but it's spread around, and the Greens have probably been one of the best sort of beneficiaries of it. But it's not as if like the overall pitch is going to change that much based on pre-poll and some of the other vote that's going to come in. But I'm feeling it's not going to end up being quite this emphatic as it appears at this early stage.
Okay, so you think
That's
that you think the pre-polls might change some things.
Yeah, I mean, there's only so much they can change, but it'll be it's not going to be as much of a route. I don't know how many seats it's going to change, though. That's the thing. It's really hard to tell.
Well, remember what happened in Queensland where like there was big change and a lot of people put that down to later into the campaign, the Labor Party were doing a bit better. I mean, could it be that the pre-polls might be better for the Libs and the Nats because last week was just such a bad week for Dutton and there's that sort of federal impact? I mean, I'm just spitballing here. I don't know, but I mean,
I honestly don't think that. I don't think people are that kind of aware that it's been a bad week for the Liberals, as you say. Like we've got our ears off the ground, but go ahead.
Can I just mention one thing? The polls were swinging in Labor's favour going into the election. I always think it happens time and time again, where if you look at the polls, which way the polls are swinging going into the election, often determines the winner. Sometimes more so than where the polls are at. The exception of maybe Queensland last year, but if you look at the poll, if you go to like the Wikipedia page, just look at where the polls are trending. Labor was gaining in the polls going into election day. So it doesn't surprise me that they might have outperformed their polls.
Yeah.
So you say something about Peter Dutton? I should have interrupted.
No. What I was going to say was that it seems like a month ago there was a bigger swing against the Labor Party than there was in the poll released a couple of days ago. I mean, it was only slightly different. It was about 2.5% or something like that, or even 1%. I'm just thinking that maybe apparently the Liberal leader apparently did not too badly in the debate. That's what I've heard, but I've also heard that the Liberal leader is not very popular too amongst some like Liberal Party people said that or something like, well, the Liberal leader is dragging them down or something to that effect. So,
well,
I don't know why things.
Maybe, but
I don't know why things are so different to what the polls were predicting because there was 2 polls that had Labor only on 57 or 57.5.
If you go on poll budget now, the overall result is 58-42.
Okay.
And we still haven't probably had any pre-poll come in.
Okay.
And that's with a bit of I think his model's looking forward a little bit. I'm noticing that the Labor primary has peaked at about 42 and now it's dropping. And the primary swing against them is getting up towards 18%.
I don't think we've had any concession speeches or anything yet. I don't think we've had Tim Cook come out or anything yet. So it feels really late for everyone who's in the East Coast, but it's still sort of What is it like?
Once they don't have daylight savings there.
Yeah, it's what is it? 9:30 there. In whether is it 8:30? Oh my, it's so early.
Yeah, it's 8:30 in
It's
Perth.
so early. Damn.
Yeah. Well, I should have seen this coming. Maybe we should have done this tomorrow morning.
I should make myself another coffee. What do you guys think?
I'm going to bed. It's pretty. I might possibly go to bed in the next 15
You
minutes.
should stay until midnight and then go. Another half an hour.
All right. I can feel myself losing it.
You don't. I know. It sounds like you're losing it too. I'm supposed to be looking at cars in the morning tomorrow because I need a new car. But excuse me. I mean, if I have a coffee, I'm basically locking myself in for another couple of hours.
Yeah, I'll lock in with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, minus the coffee.
Minus the coffee? Oh, you're not gonna have one. Okay, I see. Okay, yeah.
No, I'm just going. Yeah.
You're gonna what's the word? Push it. How often? How late in the night do we usually see what's it called? Concession speeches and victory speeches.
All right.
Oh.
Late in the night, they normally occur at about 10 to 11, which means 1 to 2 in the morning.
Okay.
For us.
Okay.
So we're not. They usually occur like solid 4 hours after the counting. Well, because they usually the ABC coverage usually goes for about 5 hours. They usually end shortly after the victory speech.
Oh, have they given the Libs Netherlands? Oh, thank God. Okay, that means I'm not going to be completely destroyed on betting. That's good. Okay, all right. Thank God. Okay, all right. I mean, I think I still.
Did you make a bet that they'd hold all those seats?
No. I bet that the Libs would win more seats than they are. It seems, but I think I'm not gonna. I think I'm probably only gonna lose a little bit, but I should have put more money on Geraldton.
Interestingly, currently as it stands, the Nationals are predicted to stay as opposition, but I presume that number's going to change.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna. I think the Libs could even win Kalamunda.
It's getting pretty tight at Bateman too.
Right. Oh wait, Bateman? Really?
Didn't
they call that?
It was already claimed.
Didn't they call that?
Yeah,
earlier?
they've called it. They've called
it. Paul Blodger has it as he's projecting it at like 1.7% margin.
Right. Xenosanctum definitely smoked a few packs of ciggies before saying that with the cracked voice.
What Xenosanctum? That's my other channel name.
He knows all the lore. The worst person you know knows all the lore.
Yeah, I'm not in Xenosanctum mode though. This is Saumon mode.
Can I call you Xeno?
No, I go by Saumon on that channel as well.
Wait, do you actually? Okay. All right, fair enough.
Yeah, hello, it's Saumon from Xenosanctum.
Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, gamble responsibly. But like the seat that I was going to put like $2,000 on, but I chickened out was Geraldton, and it looks like that's would be winning. But this stream would be less fun if I did that because I'd be constantly just fucking shitting myself on Geraldton. So
would a bookie even let you lay 2K on like a random?
I don't know.
Politics bet?
I've never done that before. I would assume it would be alright because it's only 2K. It's not like 10K.
You know what's funny? They haven't actually called Roger Cook's seat yet.
What's Roger Cook's seat?
Kiwinana.
Yeah, he'll win. He'll win that. That's not changing.
He most likely will, but it's
only 7% of the votes come in. I don't think they're actually like allowed to call it that early.
Right, I see. Yeah, Zeno is the god from Scientology, so.
Xeno. It's the Greek prefix to mean alien or unknown origin.
Oh yeah. Like a xenophobe is like what Pauline Hanson is. Like she's afraid of aliens.
And and like xenomorph from like Alien.
Please explain. I happen to like the Xenoblade games, says the worst person you know. So, fun fact, I may have another YouTube channel, which is lying dormant, but that YouTube channel does have one of Pauline Hanson's most iconic moments as one of the current videos, which is actually listed on that channel. So fun fact.
Because you made Aussies Elect as like a second channel, right?
My other channel is long dormant and rest in peace. The other channel.
Okay.
So I wouldn't even call this a second channel. I would just call this my main channel these days.
Okay, because Sormon was always my my primary channel. It used to be called Simon and Keith Studios back in the day.
That's right.
But my brother never contributed to it, so
Sad.
I changed the name.
Dave H says I think state Greens are more likely to vote federal Greens. I think. What does that mean? I think state Greens are more likely to vote federal, like what than the other way around? You mean like federal Greens would less likely to vote state Greens? I mean, I guess that. What do you think about that? You probably have an opinion on that, Max.
What is the actual proposition, though?
The proposition is that state Greens are more likely to vote federal Greens than federal Greens are to vote state Greens.
Are we talking about voters, like federal Green voters and state Green voters?
Yeah.
No, I don't really have an opinion on that.
I don't have an opinion on it either. So I feel
no, I think it's probably quite contextual, no?
Probably it depends on the state. Yeah.
Yeah, I would think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
And also like what kind of electoral cycle it is. I don't know if I could make like a broad assumption on that.
I'm gonna check out the poll bludger to see if there's anything new happening. Yeah, you're right. 58 to 42 on the two-party preferred. Let's see what seats it has the Liberals ahead in. Kareen, Churchlands, of course. Cottesloe versus that independent. Kalamunda, 50-50 there. But Libs apparently...
Yeah, really close.
Yeah.
Kalgoorlie as well.
What'd you say, sorry?
That's only with Kalgoorlie as well.
Oh, Kalgoorlie, right.
People slightly ahead there. Yeah.
And Netherlands, it hasn't. They haven't called it for the Libs on the poll bludger, but they are ahead, definitely there. Vast.
Yeah.
Actually, I think the poll bludger has not called a single Liberal seat yet. They've called a couple of Nat seats. 3.
Looks like Basil's vote in Churchlands is improving too. He's in the 40s now.
Oh, okay. So, let's see. And yeah, they think it's like a 70.
The independent's down on 16.
74%. Kerry Stokes' choice for Parliament is looking like he'll probably win his seats. The independent, 16%, not too bad. Fremantle, I think the independent has come in a bit, but yeah, very much still the favourite to win there.
And have any new boosts come in?
Check.
Yeah, still ahead, and you would think that they would get Liberal preferences too, or would they?
So let's. I'm just going to go over the comment, the insight comment left. One seat particular, Forest Field right next to Palmander. Achieve a decent swing on the night. All right, I will look at this Forest Field. Actually, no. Have we got the results from Forest Field yet?
Have a look.
Nope.
No count.
No count.
Nothing in Midland. Nothing in Murray Wellington yet. It is. They've had 2 hours and 40 minutes to count.
Baldivis, Balcutta. I don't know where is this Baldivis. I'm gonna go back to here. Just update a couple of these seats that the LBC has called that I think aren't really up to contention. I'm gonna undo Bateman. You think that Bateman could come back?
Oh, I don't know. I'm just saying it. Be close.
Do you remember on last federal election when they called the Dutton seat for Labour? Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember.
No.
Right early on the night, they called Dixon as a Labor game.
Yeah, the ABC called that. So like if they're gonna be prepared to call that kind of seat, right? I feel like there's a chance that the Libs could come back in some of these seats. Maybe I'm just coping.
Also, especially as Liberals seem to always do better on postal votes, so I wouldn't be surprised if their numbers do end up being a little bit better later on in the day.
Yeah, pre-polls and postals as well. I think in Bateman they have counted some of the pre-polls. That might be why they've called it.
Right. Let's see. I will confirm that on the poll. The poll budget possibly would.
Yeah, 58% counted.
Insights on that. Let's have a look. Somebody's smashing the love button. I love you too. Whoever's doing that. Where was it? What were we talking about? Which seat? Bateman?
Yeah.
Doesn't have pre-polls on poll ledger, but I will take your word for it.
Well, you can sort of tell based on the amount of vote that's come in.
Okay.
Like, if the vote's kind of stuck around 30-40% of enrollment, then it's probably just on the day. Whereas once it clears 50, they've probably counted some pre-poll.
Wait. Okay, sorry. I apologize because provisional votes is not pre-poll. That's different. Provisional votes.
Yeah, I guess.
What is the difference between absent votes and provisional votes?
Isn't it an absent vote just when you vote at the polling centre?
Can you please say it again?
I thought an absent vote was just when you vote like outside your electorate.
Yeah.
When you go to a polling place in some other seat.
So what's a provisional vote then?
And I don't know.
I'm not going to Google.
There wouldn't be.
I'll let the chat tell me what that is. Chat, what's a provisional vote? Declaration votes is what people are saying. Basil will definitely be the next opposition leader. Stokes media machine backing him is huge.
Oh, provisional votes are when you're not on the list.
Oh, you could do that. You could vote.
Well, yeah, so I walk into a polling booth and I say, "Hi, my name's and my name's Matt Williams, and Matt Williams is not on the list." You can make a vote under the name Matt Williams, and then afterwards they can do a check of your address and stuff like that. Because maybe you didn't update with the AEC, but you should have a proof of your address and stuff like that, and they could look up that.
Okay. Bin2 says, Christian's party is still doing good. Probs will win a seat in the council. First Christian right party at parliament since Fred Knowles, CDP. So the Christians actually did pretty well on the primary vote last WA election, but of course they had that malappointment. So that's why they weren't, successful in getting a seat in the Legislative Council. I'm just going to double check how the Legislative Council is going. I mean, we haven't had that much of an improvement in the count, but
Labor's about 2 seats away from their 2017 results. They're on 30. They're projected to win 39 at the moment. They need 41, which is what they won in 2017.
So we have 0.65% counted. One Nation and the Christians are both doing really well. It seems, and Nationals are actually doing really well. What the hell, they're outpolling the Greens. I assume that they're counted more of the rural booths than the metro booths.
Yeah, that's nothing. That count means next to nothing, I would say, at this stage.
Libertarians only on 77. They're actually
sad.
They're doing the worst out of all of the established parties. They're even doing worse than our favorite party, SPPK.
Oh, SPPK.
So, yeah, that's. I don't know. I mean, things might change, but yeah, on the early count, some interesting.
Yeah, it doesn't look good.
No. Legalized cannabis.
Poll Ledger makes an interesting point, by the way.
Yeah.
Remember 2023 New South Wales state election?
Mm-hmm.
At about this time in the night, it was looking like a Labor majority, and then by the end of the night, when all the pre-polls flooded in, they lost their majority.
Right. So yeah,
So it can
I think you're
Yeah,
onto
seems good to
something on the fact that maybe Bateman is prematurely called. I know that's not what you were saying earlier, but that's what I'm sort of taking out of what you were saying. That maybe Bateman was
Well,
prematurely.
in that particular seat, I think more of the pre-poll has come in. So
Oh, okay, never mind.
I'm not sure.
You did
It's
say
on
that.
these.
You did say that. So yeah.
Yeah, it's on these seats where there's like 30-40% of the vote. That's where I'm sort of anticipating a little bit more movement.
The worst person you know says, I voted for Joe Biden in Churchlands. I tried, guys. I really did. But he didn't get more than my one vote. I parachuted to Churchlands just to do that. Very sad. Worst person you know did a provisional vote just to vote for Joe Biden, and it did not succeed. He also says, imagine the DLP splinter MPs from 1955 time travel to this election and see the party's new name. I think they'd be pleased. Actually, no, they wouldn't be pleased because they were big Catholics. So, I'm sorry. I mean, I wasn't the first person to make that joke though, because there was this. I remember that article I sent you. It was like all of the parties in the upper house, and there was a big sort of description of who they are and what they thought of them.
Yeah.
That was a very interesting article. I forget. It was what was it called? It was like very biased. It was like and the website was like group.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
They weren't too keen on pretty much every single party, apart from I think they were like a Greens voter or something like that.
Right.
Yeah.
It's getting close. It's getting close in South Perth too.
All right, let's have a look at South Perth. I will. You think that it could swing back in South Perth?
I wouldn't have a clue.
Okay, all right. We'll take a look. Let's have a gander at South Perth. Look at the poll budget first. South Perth. They haven't called it yet. 62% probability for the Labor Party, according to the poll bludger. And then on the ABC, South Perth is one that they've already called for Labor. And what was the two-party preferred before, and how has it changed?
I'm pretty sure before they were showing only like a 2% swing or something when they actually called it.
Right.
So like a 5% margin.
I see.
So
the swing has gone up to 7.5% now.
Yeah. On poll budget, it's actually higher. They're saying 8.7. So it's within 2%.
Liberal Party ahead on first preferences. Greens 15%. I want to take a look at Bateman again. And yeah, it is very close here. And what was it before when they called it earlier in the night?
David's now got 67% of the voting, and the margin's still 1.8. So that's probably a reasonably fair call.
1.3% on ABC.
I think another pre-poll thing.
Your microphone is doing something funny again.
It's probably my internet.
Maybe. Your microphone is like really good in your videos, and what was the thing like you couldn't get it working?
When does the post editing?
It's either speak. I can either speak or hear if I use that one.
You can either speak or hear. Interesting.
Okay. Some updates. Fremantle is now set independent ahead. They're now confirmed that an independent might actually win the seat of Fremantle.
For some reason, Firefox is just not letting me show Firefox anymore. I don't know why. So what did you say about Fremantle?
They're now officially declared independent ahead. They haven't said independent likely.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
But I don't know if I want to go through the seats again to try and figure out which.
Sure. Yeah. Let's do it. If there's any more that have been called that you didn't say.
I'm trying to remember which ones we did last time. I could just go through the whole list again.
Okay. Well, what we'll do is we'll go over the ones that haven't been called, and you could tell me how it's going.
Oh yeah, no, good idea, good idea. Go to your list and hover over an electorate that hasn't been called.
Okay,
and
so
I'll
Secret
flip it
Harbor.
out.
Secret Harbor, our favorite electorate. What's going on there?
Secret Harbor is too early.
Brilliant.
And Queenana?
Is that with a Q or a K?
K.
That's what.
Oh, that's the
Still too early.
Too early.
Another favorite seat, Cockburn.
Is that with a C?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, I think that was too early.
Too
as
early.
well. Too early.
I don't think much has changed actually since earlier. I added another seat. I added another seat earlier.
One or two.
But
what's north of Kawana? Is that Secret Harbor?
North of Gowana. I don't know I forget where Gowana is.
No, Kawana either. Oh, is that that's Cockburn? Is it okay?
Yeah.
The rest of the rural ones, they're called
Have they called Kalgoorlie or Kimberley yet?
No.
Still
Kalgoorlie's
early.
Liberal head though.
They must have called Roe by now, right?
Roe, yes, national.
Yeah. Okay. So that's the one that's 3-3. Yeah. Okay. And how about like Mandurah, Dawesville, Murray Wellington, Collie Preston?
Mandurah is too early. What was the other one? Collie Preston?
Yeah.
Too early. What was the other one?
Dawesville.
Dawesville is
called it for
ALP.
Labour.
That's called for Labour.
Oh, Dawesville's been called for Labour. Okay. Yeah. I'm glad I got that one right. Murray Wellington.
Murray Wellington
there's no
is
count
no
yet.
count. Wow.
What is going on? Okay. All right. Well, I'll just update it later. I think that'll do for now.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Coburn. It's Coburn.
Oh, Pilbara is ALP retained. You might want to do that one as well.
I could have won like $130 or something. Damn. I'm hoping those pre-polls will say me, but probably not.
I'm sort of trying to watch your stream like with a 30-second delay, trying to like figure out which electorates you're looking at. That.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't think that the Liberals or Nationals would win Pilbara, but if they did, I mean, I would have won like $130. Sad.
Can you just go through those electorates and just put your cursor over all? Actually, maybe that's not gonna work.
I cannot be bothered. Don't tell anyone about that harbor. It's between you and me. Shh. All right. It's almost midnight actually. When are we going?
5 minutes from.
When are we going to see a victory speech from Roger Cook?
Like at 1 o'clock in the morning.
Pilbara.
No, apparently, I was just saying in the coverage. Apparently, he's they're expecting him somewhat soon.
Okay. Yeah, it looks like the coalition are doing worse than we thought, huh? Yep. Well, they're not the coalition, but yes, it looks like they are doing worse than what everyone predicted.
I'd say quite a bit worse. Yeah.
Yeah. Like I saw something which said like the minimum they're going to get is 11 combined. And yeah, that's looking like they're going to be very lucky to get that. Will we also get the results for the lower house? You mean the upper house, I assume. That's going to take a while. Like last time I looked at it, it was like less than 1%. And
Yeah, it's still less than 1%. Crazy.
Let's see, it's on 0.82%. Yeah. And Libertarians still doing the worst out of all of the parties.
Has the Libertarians ever had any sort of major success electorally?
Yes. In the New South Wales council elections, when the Liberal Party forgot to run in a lot of electorates.
Because from what I've just generally seen, and
What?
I'm sorry, man, Libertarians by themselves have never seemed to be popular. Like the fact that in the US, like libertarianism, or like has been sort of, in some respects, you might disagree with this, has been kind of forced on the Americans by Elon Musk, who they didn't vote for. But
I mean, the Libertarian... Okay, so they only just changed their name recently from Liberal Democrats to Libertarian. And they also recently rebranded themselves to So this is really the first electoral test for them. Apart from New South Wales Council, which I don't think really counts because, as I said earlier, like the Liberal Party just didn't run, so there was literally no one else that people could have voted for. So this is the first real test under the new name and new branding. They've never there was something else you mentioned earlier, Max, that there was like some by-elections. Where how well did they go in those by-elections?
Honestly, really up and down. But
So I'm going to interrupt just to say Labour has officially been predicted to win 42 seats, which is equal to what they won
In
in
2017.
2017.
Yeah.
However, they're doing it with a lower two-party preferred and first preference vote than in 2017, which is
You mean
sort of interesting.
oh really? Well, a lower two-party preferred.
Oh,
vote.
wait, no, sorry, higher two-party preferred. What I was
Okay.
saying.
Okay, but a lower primary vote. Or
Yeah,
higher.
lower primary vote.
Okay. Anyway, you were saying, Max?
what were we talking about? Libertarians. Oh, yeah, the results have varied. Like Iran and like Dunkley federally pretty poor, but then there was Cook. I think Cook we did quite well, like 6% or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I know. Adam's Stonehouse, was that his name?
Aaron Stonehouse, yeah.
Aaron Stonehouse, right? Okay, yeah. I get mixed up between the internet celebrity Adam Stackhouse and Aaron Stonehouse. He is he the top on the list for this election on Libertarians?
No, I don't know. I haven't heard.
Sorry,
Kicked out of Parliament.
you cut out again. You haven't heard from him since he got kicked out of Parliament?
No. There's someone different at the top of the ticket.
Okay, yeah. Interesting to see votes Labor has gone to minor parties and independents more than Liberals in some electorates. Yeah, that's definitely the case. And that's what we saw also in the by-elections in Victoria a couple months ago. In the US, Libertarians haven't even won seats in state houses. What were you going to say, Max?
What was the news poll two-party preferred again? 57.5
Yeah.
to 42.5, is that right?
Yeah.
That's what poll quote is sitting at right now.
Yeah.
29% of the voting.
So it looks like the polls are somewhat accurate. It's just that like things are swinging in like sort of in weird places and stuff like that, which I'm not that surprised about.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, Aaron Stonehouse was elected under the Liberal Democrats banner. Yeah, but I mean it's always been a Libertarian party, so that hasn't changed. But obviously he must have had some kind of falling out with the party or something. But he's not like the central figure anymore. Last time I saw anything the Libertarians, they were trying to tie themselves to the kooky guy in Argentina. It was probably the New South Wales branch, because the New South Wales branch are apparently kind of a bit odd. So, Solomon, are you still there? I know it's almost time for you to go.
Yeah, I'm calling it now.
Okay. Before you go, we just have We have just one final question for you from Billy Vincent. He says, Solomon, when will you release the Red State, Blue State, WA episode?
Good. Thank you for asking. My plan is to start working on it after this election. So I'll be starting work this week. I don't know what the ETA is. Like, I'd say 3 weeks, but it's probably going to be more like 4 or 5 weeks. But I was waiting for this election to happen so I could include it in the episode. And that's my plan. So I'll probably start writing I'll lay down the early script writing tomorrow. I was actually having a little read through Western Australian history this afternoon before I got online for the election video. So I'll let you know about that in due time.
Well, thanks, Solomon, for joining us tonight. It was nice to have you on for the 3 hours. I know it was very late. This is the latest we've probably stayed. I think the latest we stayed up for one of these streams before. I don't think we were doing these back in 2021 when there was the last WA state election. So Yeah, thanks for pushing through.
Last time I did the Dango by myself last time, but like
you
the
did?
results came in so fast that I didn't need to.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, okay.
All right.
Bye, Sorman. Thank you for coming.
Yeah. Hey.
Bye.
Yes, on.
So what is it about your microphone? Something to do with like you can only speak or hear it at one time or something?
So my the microphone that I use has the same input like jack as my headphones. It's one or the other. So what I need is like an actual headset that does both.
Oh, I see. Okay. All right. Okay. Whenever your birthday is, I'll buy you a headset.
Thank you.
All right. So
I'll buy you a guide to pronouncing place names in Australia.
Wait. So you
and I'll read it.
You'll buy me a guide. Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. Fair enough. Yeah.
And then I'll read it first. We haven't had an update from Albany for like over an hour.
That's sad because I do have money on Albany, so I hope that we do get an update. All right, Billy Vincent is going. See you, Billy Vincent. Thanks for coming. You got your answer, by the way, so thank me later. 9 p.m. now in WA, and I feel like results are coming in kind of slow, but I think it's because there's a lot of pre-polls compared to more every year. There's more and more pre-polls, especially since COVID. There's been a lot of pre-polls. Lambing Flat.
Yeah, but it didn't take this long.
Lambing Flat rioters made the flag inspired by Eureka and the Scottish flag. Oh, I see. Okay, fair enough. Yeah. What do you think? Should we replace the Australian flag with the Eureka flag, Max?
I have no firm views on that.
You have no views on that.
Okay. No firm view.
Doesn't the Lambing flat flag have no Chinese on it? I don't. It's apparently yes. So, Awesome Wab says, "What's your opinion on pre-polls? Good or bad? I think they should go for 2 weeks. No longer, no shorter. What do you think, Max?"
Go for 1 week. It just seems to me it just increases like the administrative burden of running elections. So I think actually in Victoria, the Electoral Matters Committee is looking at this, and they're probably going to recommend pre-poll for 1 week only.
Right? Are they looking at the
potentially?
Are they looking at the upper house too?
Yeah, absolutely. I've actually submitted some, like I've made submissions on it.
Oh yes,
So
I read one of your submissions actually. Yeah, I do. Yeah, so fair enough.
Okay, good to know that it definitely made it to the site. That's good.
Yeah, I mean that's when I'm not going to get into that, but yeah, I have read that, and yeah, my submission for the Vic upper house would be, I mean, you would hate it. You would hate it just from reading yours. I know you would hate it, but just have like one big quote unquote regional electorate and then one metro election. I know why you would hate it because it's so arbitrary, right? But like, why someone in Gippsland doesn't have anything in common with somebody in Mildura? Like, I guess fair enough, but like, there is still sort of some camaraderie with regional voters, So you have 15 regional seats and 25 metro seats. I mean, whatever. I don't really care at the end of the day if it's just one giant electorate or if it's one regional, one metro election. I just want it to be regional so that one day I can run in the Victorian upper house as like a party called Build Regional Roads and Rail, and then hope I can skirt in and get a seat. That's the only reason that I want it to be two different electorates.
Yeah, to me, it just defeats the purpose of having a proportionally elected upper house if you're still going to like regionify it and still going to try and like break it down by different parts of the state. Like, isn't that what the lower house is for?
I guess so. Yeah. I mean, I guess so. I mean, yeah. I mean, it isn't the same as the Senate in federally because that's that's to give like the states equal representation to each other. That's a different sort of story. You don't really need that for the upper house. And then Victoria is the only one that has it these days too now, isn't it? That has like regions for the upper house. So that makes it sort of
exactly.
less. It makes less sense to have it.
Yeah, and the argument that I make is that people tend to make this argument that it ensures that the regional vote is more represented, and that their voices aren't drowned out by metropolitan voters. But really, in practice, by raising the required quota for a seat, it just entrenches the power of the major parties.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What it really does.
Okay, so I read somewhere there was less volunteers per capita than 20 years ago. That's kind of surprising, but I guess maybe it's something to do with immigration. Eureka flag is more Victorian centric, not really Australia as whole. Don't think the rest of Australia would be interested in it. Fair enough. Get rid of the Union Jack. I love the Eureka flag. I hang one, and someone thought I was a fascist because their only exposure to it was in Paradox grand strategy games, whereas used whenever Australia becomes fascist. That's funny. How do you dudes feel about moving to optional preferential voting? I just did an electoral reform video the other day where I suggested that we have like 3 electorates in every division, and then 3 seats in every electorate, and Labor are heading Churchlands. Oh my god.
Yeah, so they're starting to get the first preference counts, and the independents' preferences broke 75-25 to Labor.
Oh dear. Okay, that's not good for Libs, but yeah, that's going to be funny if Churchlands is lost.
Yeah, it looks like Freo is gone as well to the independent.
Oh, okay, right. Okay.
They're still saying she's ahead, but yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, so yeah, well, I was going to say compulsory preferential voting above the line, optional below the line, but that's only if that weird system comes in. Otherwise, I'm happy with compulsory preferential. I mean, you're. Oh, no, I'm not. No, sorry. You probably don't support compulsory voting or compulsory preferential voting, do you, Max? I assume.
No, I support neither. No.
Yeah, expected so. The Senate district system reminds me of how American state upper houses work. The Senate district system. Oh, as in like with regions and stuff like that. Oh, we've got Roger Cook. Is he actually giving a speech? Oh no, he's just.
Well, he's getting in the car, so he must have left the hotel or whatever, and now he's
talking
heading
to
down to HQ. Yeah.
Okay, I see. Okay, he's just talking to some reporters. I see. Okay. Let's see. Use the Tasmanian system. It's kind of similar to what it is. I mean, if they actually got rid of group voting tickets. Non-Australians can Google the Eureka flag and get headlines about it being tied to racism. Yep. Hair clock in the lower house and electorates in the upper house. What do you think about that? I think the people that commented on my video the other day would not be happy with that. There's a lot of people who were very much.
So,
sorry, go on.
I like Hair Clark. One thing that I don't like about Australian politics is the notion of pre-selection. I don't like how only like these really sort of devoted party members go in and vote who the candidate's going to be. I love the American primary system where it's like a sort of popular vote amongst registered voters, or even if they're just open primaries. And Hair Clark, or what's the actual name of it? Where you've got like the multiple candidates.
STV or
yeah, like you've got multiple candidates from the same party basically competing for top spot on that ticket.
Oh, Robertson rotation.
So that's the one. Yeah. I love that system.
Mm-hmm.
I would love to do away with pre-selection, so that we can have that effectively we have like the closest thing to a primary that we could have in our system.
What's Max's reason for not supporting compulsory voting? Probably all the typical reasons of like why should someone have to be forced to vote or get fined? It's it's like freedom.
Yeah, exactly.
Preferential gives people more ways to express their opinion. That's what we need. Yeah, I guess the question is, oh, I know he's arguing with somebody shit posted about first past the post, the Shrek guy. Is first past the post pleb? What does that mean? Like, what does that mean? Is it plebeian to want first past the post? I am not first past the post. No. I'm very status quo when it comes to. I'm pretty happy with the current system. I just think it could be better. That's all. 500 seats in Parliament. Sorry, go on.
Oh, I was just going to say, like the preferential system. As much as like we can argue about tweaking the Australian system, I think we have one of the best systems in the world.
I see the arguments for single member. Like I get it. I get the arguments for single member electorates and like the whole idea of like stability and like most of the time there's a majority. I get those arguments. I don't think it's that bad because you do have, preferences and stuff. So it's not like it's first past the post, it's not like the spoiler effect and stuff like that. I get the argument. Yeah. I mean, I understand. I get it. And that's why like the system that I proposed in that video the last week, it didn't change things dramatically. Like I don't want a full proportional system. I think MMP is terrible. Parallel voting is okay, but even that I think would be too much. A parallel voting system would be too much for Australia. I don't think Australia wants that kind of thing. Fin2 says he wants as many extremists in Parliament from both sides. That's definitely an opinion.
So they're following Libby Madam. She looks pissed.
Yeah, she does not look happy. She looks. Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised. I will turn her up.
Yeah. Own position. Right there, she is.
Look,
so she's conceded.
Be up to the party.
Would you like to stay on, or will you be standing down?
Look, I will accept any position, but look, it will ultimately be up to my colleagues.
All right, well, there you go. Libby Madam has called the Premier, Roger Cook, to congratulate him on Labor's third term election win. And as to her own future, she has acknowledged there that this is now a question for the Liberal
calls
Party
have come in.
Whether she stays as leader. She did indicate she would be willing to accept.
It's actually getting tight again in Netherlands by the look of it. I think the preference counts are starting to come in.
Shit. If I lose Netherlands, I'm down money.
Tight. Like over 2%, but I think it was like, what was the margin when you last checked?
I can't remember. It was like 3% or something.
Okay, so it hasn't come in.
No, that was definitely I'll leave it to the party room, but getting a warm welcome there. Libby Mettam's been up against.
Oh, okay, so they've called Kalamunda for the Liberals too.
Congratulated her.
Yes.
So the pre-polls have come in, and they've moved the margin like 3%, 3 or 4%.
Thank God. At least I'm not like I might actually like break even tonight if the Libs win Kalamunda, because I did have a bit of I think I had $10 on that or something.
No, not at all. I mean, I don't think realistically she had a victory speech prepared.
No.
But this is not a good night for the Liberals by any measure.
No, it's certainly not. Well, as Steve Thomas was telling us earlier, even getting back to the 2017 result. At this stage, anyway, I mean, things may change dramatically in the pre-poll count to come in, but from what we're seeing so far, this is going to be worse than that 2017 landslide win for Labor. This goes down at the moment, at least, as looking like their second worst result after 2021.
Very difficult speech to give, and she's never lost hope throughout the campaign, has always maintained we can win, unlike her predecessor, Zach Kirkup, who conceded before the last election.
Pretty tight in Forestfield.
Libby Mettam has been fighting the fight.
And she's worked hard.
Oh, Forestfield, the results are coming in?
She's worked very hard.
Yeah. So it looks like all the election day booths have come in, and there's a 18% swing to the Liberals.
Oh, damn. So that's
so that was one of the.
That's Bullwinkle, right?
That's Bullwinkle. Yeah, I was going to say. That's interesting. I'll see what the primary votes are. The Nats are way back on 3.4%. They're polling below a bunch of minor parties.
I'm a Republican, but The Voice and Foz have killed the Republican movement. What's Foz?
That'd be, what's his name? Craig Foster.
Who's Craig Foster?
You know, he's the soccer player, and he became now he's sort of leader of the Republic movement.
Oh, and he's awful, is he? Like, is he just not a good?
Could be better.
Right.
I can understand how he puts people off.
Kind of feel bad, TBH. I mean, she is the leader of the Liberal Party, so. I suppose I should turn this up again because she will be speaking very soon.
Nothing on the table.
Yeah.
It's not the result we wanted, but it's my great privilege to introduce Libby Medham. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Sandra. And thank you to everybody here that has been here supporting Sandra Brewer and the Western Australian Liberal Party. A few moments ago, I made a phone call to our Premier, Roger Cook, to congratulate him on and
Did they just cut away from Libby and just go straight to Roger Cook?
Labor Party. We know.
Oh, are you kidding me? They did that?
Concession speech.
That's not fair.
And then they just
That's bullshit. Why would he do that? Why would he do that?
And we'll listen to the Premier
That's brutal.
in what is an exciting moment for him and the Labor Party here in WA.
Friends. To our supporters in this room and around the great state of Western Australia. To all the members of the WA community watching at home, good evening. Thank you to Barry Winmar for his warm welcome to country early this evening. And can I take my opportunity to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land in which we are meeting tonight, the Wadjuk people of the Noongar Nation. But of course, people are watching this election from right around this great ancient state of ours, and we acknowledge all First Nations people in the state of Western Australia. Friends, today, Western Australia has voted for a future which is made in WA. Now, earlier this evening, I received a call from Libby Medham. She offered her congratulations to our WA Labor team for being elected to form a new government and wish us well. I congratulated Libby on the tireless work she put into this campaign on the campaign trail. And look, she's a decent person who, like most of us who go into public life, does it for the right reasons. And I look forward to working with her and the leader of the National Party in the Parliament very shortly. Friends, for 8 years, our WA Labor team has delivered sensible, stable government focused on strong financial management. We relentlessly pursue the creation of jobs and the delivery of infrastructure and services that people need. And at times of global uncertainty, the WA community has put its trust in our WA Labor team for the next 4 years. And while we celebrate tonight, we are humble. We do not take that trust for granted. We will work to repay this trust every single day. The cost of living challenges created by global inflationary pressures are not of our government's making, but we will continue to provide cost of living relief where we can. Things like our household battery rebate, expanding free kindy and free TAFE, delivering another round of the student assistance payments and cheaper fares for public transport in Perth and in our regions. But WA's Labor's vision for Western Australia goes beyond this. We will work every day to ensure WA's economy remains the strongest in the nation and that there is no better place in the world to get a quality job. By backing our resources industry, diversifying our economy for the future and making more things here. WA Labor understands that having the strongest economy in the country means more people want to live here. Not only do we have the strongest economy in the country, we have the fastest growing population. And this creates pressures in areas like housing and health. We have heard the concerns of Western Australians, and our new government will never stop working towards ensuring every Western Australian has a decent home and that we live in the healthiest state in the country. And that no matter where you live, in our suburbs, in our towns, in our remote communities, all Western Australians will have access to the services they need. Friends, every election victory involves a lot of hard work, and I want to thank everyone who has contributed. To our State Secretary and Campaign Director, Ellie Whittaker, thank you. To my staff, thank you. To my outgoing Chief of Staff and incoming parliamentary colleague, Daniel Pastorelli, thank you. To our former Premier Mark McGowan, thank you for your service to our state, your friendship and ongoing support. And to our Deputy Premier Rita Saffioti, thank you for your tireless work for our state and our movement. And to my other Cabinet colleagues and Cabinet and parliamentary colleagues, thank you as well. And on today, which also happens to be International Women's Day, I pay special tribute to all our amazing female candidates who have campaigned across this great state. Now, I want to make special mention of our WA Labor members who have lost their seats tonight. Look, politics is a tough business. You have to reapply for your jobs every 4 years, and sometimes you're not successful. Each and every outgoing member of our WA Labor team has made an outstanding contribution to both their electorate and our state. Thank you for your service, and all the best for the future to you and your families. Thank you to our army of red shirts all around the state. From our branches and our unions. You are the most incredible movement of volunteers a political party has ever seen. Thank you for every phone call you made and every door you knocked. But I want to pay special tribute to my family tonight. Like every family of a politician, they put up with a lot. They give a lot. So, Carly, Toby and Isabel, thank you for everything. Thank you for believing in me, putting up with me. I love you. Friends, enjoy tonight, because we get back to work tomorrow, putting together a new government that builds upon everything that we've achieved together to date, that tackles our challenges with determination, that pursues every opportunity with excitement and enthusiasm. We are fortunate to live in the greatest place on earth. But our success isn't due to luck alone. It's due to the hard work of all Western Australians. Team WA. And as a team, we achieve so much more together than we do alone. And each member of our WA Labor team looks forward to rolling up our sleeves and getting back to work for each and every Western Australian. To create jobs, to deliver the infrastructure and services we need, to make WA a renewable energy powerhouse and restore pride in the words, "Made in WA." Thank you.
All right. So I'm going to go on.
So, do we know which seat they moved from Liberal gain to in doubt?
That's what I'm asking the worst person you know. Oh, don't know, just saw that on the stream. I mean, we'll do some sleuthing, I guess, and see what that might be. So look. And but yeah, it was really dog that he interrupted her. What did you think about that, Max?
I'd like to think it was like it was it was sort of funny that the first thing he says is, you know, she's a decent person, whatever. Meanwhile, he's just totally cut her off.
All right. I'm gonna hope it's not.
Oh, dude.
Is it Netherlands?
Netherlands.
Oh
so
no.
The preference count.
Shit.
I think the preference counts have come in, and it's pretty much neck and neck.
Shit. How much? 44.5% counted. All right. Okay. Let's see what the poll. See what the poll ledger says.
I suspect in seats where they're slightly behind, will probably make up the ground late in the count. But yeah.
So poll ledger has Labour on a 55% chance of winning Netherlands. I mean, what is this election like? Churchill's like I was looking at. I mean, the poll ledger have the coalition ahead. I mean, the Liberal Party ahead, but on the ABC on Churchill's it has the ALP ahead. Like what? ALP ahead in Churchill's? What? What's going on? What's going on?
Yeah, it's because well, let's see how many preference counts have come in.
Poll ledger has the Churchill's as 94% chance of Liberals winning though, so I don't know what the
Well, I don't know because it all flipped when the preference counts started coming in.
Right, yeah.
Mind you, not all of the primaries in.
Okay. Well, I'm going to be sticking around for a while because I do have some money on the line. I'm just going to take a brief look at the Legislative Council. Hang on 1 second. I'm just going to turn this down a little bit more.
There's a little bit more vote trickling in.
Yeah, so Legislative Council, it's hard to really tell like quotas on this. Like I think the ABC has just deferred the entire of the Legislative Council to the Electoral Commission, which is a bit lazy of them. They usually have it up.
Yeah, it's about 2.5% of the vote in.
Yeah, wait. Yep. So, yeah, I have no idea about quotas, but Libertarian's still doing the worst out of all of the parties.
Still the worst out of all of them.
Yeah.
Let's see though.
Sustainable Australia is benefiting a little bit from them being the first on the ballots, it seems.
And I think shooters are probably suffering from the word the alphabet code.
Yeah,
acronym.
the SFFPWA is not doing them any good. So I should have considered that on my prediction. Like Animal Justice Party are looking a bit better, it seems. I mean, I could. Okay. I'm just gonna quickly. I'm just gonna quickly just get out the calculator and do some math here.
Percentages, yeah.
So, because I mean, it is only 2.5%, but yeah, it was unusual. I can hear that in the background by the ABC saying that it was weird that he did that. 684 plus 251 plus 76 plus 395 plus 377 plus 9 plus 5,050.
So you can actually find the percentages.
You
on
can?
the wiki page.
Oh, on the wiki page. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. What does it say?
Greens on, so Labor on 38, Liberal on 32, Greens on 10, Nuts on 6.5, One Nation on 3, Animal Justice on 1, Christians on just short of 2, and Legalized Cannabis on about 2.5. It is just under 1.
Okay, so let's go to the visualizer thingamajiggy and let's try to work this out. So, do you think the libs might actually get like 12 at this point?
I have no idea where those totals have come from.
I mean, okay, I could try to like work because I have like added it. Like let me just see it. Let me just see. So 47,000, right? It's about 47,000. Let's see. 14, 6, 8. Okay, yeah. Libs are at about 30%. Yeah. Okay. So 30%, is that 12 quarters or 11 quarters?
2 points public. That would probably get them to 12 if they held at 30%.
Okay, so assuming the Nationals go down a bit, so that they're on weird and 2, One Nation will probably get 1, Christians will probably get 1, Legalized Cannabis will probably get 1. So yeah, it's looking like probably like this, and then the last seat is maybe Animal Justice or something. Animal Justice makes sense, given they're on 1%, and we think that probably the two-party preferred will be about like 57, 48, 43, and then that would sort of be a right-left split of about 57, 43. Sustainable Australia, how much percentage are they on? Not that much, I assume.
They are on just short of 1%, 0.93.
0.93. Okay. All right. Well, I think it's probably more likely Animal Justice, because I think probably the only reason Sustainable Australia are on that much is because of the donkey vote, and I think people don't really do donkey votes when they preference. They don't like include like when they're doing you know what I mean. You know what I mean. So yeah. So I'm gonna just sort of guess. Wow, I should really make those two colors different. The legalized cannabis.
What's going on? So I'm just looking at ABC, by the way. Churchlands, they've removed the preference count entirely, and it's put Basil back ahead.
Okay. Well, that's they're getting in line. They must have done some kind of thing. Yeah, the same sort of thing that the poll bludger is predicting, whatever. Netherlands. I'm gonna be. I can't believe what's going on in Netherlands. Like, please save me postal votes or whatever. Please.
Less than half the enrollment's in. I'd say about half the full count is done.
They're playing Libby Messon on the ABC right now because Roger Cook very kindly interrupted earlier.
Right, so this is a replay.
Yep.
That's so brutal. I cannot believe it.
I don't think you can apply WA to the rest of the country. WA Labor has massive credit in the bank for the COVID response. Yeah, I think that there is some truth to that. I mean, I don't think that federal Labor are going to get like close to like 57-43, you know, in the federal election coming up. Who is the singular other vote in the upper house? I actually don't know. Doesn't
It'll be an ungrouped candidate, most likely.
Why are they not?
So it'll be
why are they not included in independents though?
Because there's an independent group on the ballot.
I mean, I know that it's an independent group full of a bunch of wacky people, but I would.
Yeah. But there would also be ungrouped independents, so
Okay.
there's probably a vote
Okay.
for them.
Okay, all right. I think you're probably right, but yeah. Maybe it's your provisional vote for Joe Biden. Oh yeah, it could be that one. The link I posted has tech quotas listed. That's the Wikipedia page, I assume.
Yeah, I'm not seeing like the percentage and the vote counts there, but there's nothing in the seat count.
I think this is a great example of how Labor is bold and centrist with vision. They win big. I wish the federal ALP would learn this. I mean, I think that's a bit of an oversimplification. I'm sort of too tired to sort of analyze that sort of argument right now, but I don't think it's about necessarily being bold and centrist. I mean, I guess being bold definitely, but centrist. Can you be bold? I don't know. I mean, there's an argument about what exactly centrist is, you know. So some people would call like, I don't know, the GST like socialism or something.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd be interested to know what is bold about the state Labor Party in WA, like what that actually refers to.
That too, yeah. Churchland's is called for the LNP. All right, okay. Oh, the Liberals, yeah. So that.
Yeah, but I don't know about that just yet.
Really?
Well, because all they did was remove the preference count.
Apparently, ABC apparently have called it though.
Yeah, but yeah, I don't know. Just wait and see on that one, because they had a preference count in 5 of the booths, and Anthony Green reported it on the stream, and then they just removed it, and suddenly he was back ahead.
Okay, so let's see. Kalamunda, have they uncalled that one too?
No, because it was the preference count that pushed the Liberal ahead.
Okay. That's 63% counted. Yeah. Okay. All right. So probably should update my little map thing, because we have had quite a few more seats called. Do you want to help me out here?
Yeah, sure.
Has Thorny been called?
What was it called? Thorny.
Thorny. TH.
Oh, Thornley. No, it's still too early.
Oh, really? Okay. How about Cannington, Southern River, Forestfield? Oh, I should look at Forestfield, shouldn't I?
I'll look at it now. Forestfield, it's been for Labor.
Forestfield's been called for Labor?
Yep.
Oh, it has. Okay. Okay. I should take a look at that one though, because people were asking about that one ages ago, and then there was no results in at that time.
It's still the 18.5% swing though.
Wow. Okay. So this. So given that the Liberal Party have won Kalamunda, and there was like such a big swing in Forestfield, does this look like the Liberals are in a good shot in Bullwinkle, in your opinion?
Well, yeah, I mean, surely. Like it's certainly it's certainly not a bad result for them.
Yeah.
But I think at the state level, the swing was huge towards Miguel in that area. Like it was out of metropolitan Perth where the massive swing was on, so it could just be like a course correction.
Yeah.
It doesn't actually mean that much.
Yeah. Okay. So I think Bullwinkle takes in Forestfield, Kalamunda. Does it take in Midland as well?
I wouldn't know.
Oh, we've got Anthony Green. We'll see what he has to say.
The pre-poll votes came in, and Basil Zemplis got 50% of the pre-poll.
50% of the pre-poll.
And that just tilts the situation entirely. We now believe Basil Zemplis will win the seat. If you look at the two-party preferred that's going, there's now a 3.6% swing to him. So from there, I'd expect him to win half the vote, because what's to come is posts and loss of postals and pre-polls that were cast outside the district. So I'd expect that they'll probably favour him as well. So I think Basil Zemplis will win, but it's certainly a much, much narrower win than anybody expected. The next one's Kalamunda. We were using preference estimates for a long time, and suddenly we got a preference count, and the flows of preferences to Labor were, it was basically
for some of those regional seats with low count.
There's a substantial vote, the 9% for the Nationals.
National preferences,
clearly those preferences are flowing stronger to the Liberal Party than you usually expect with the Nationals. National preferences flowing W tend to be only 75 to 80% to the Liberal Party. They seem to be stronger there. There's also a vote for One Nation. And Australian Christians may only get 2.6%, but they're a party that can often deliver 80 to 85% of preferences. So there's very strong flows, and we don't think from that first preference vote, Karen Beale can win that seat. So at the moment, we're predicting that Adam Hort will win that seat. This is one of those rare seats where there's more preferences flowing to him, but let me see, 63%. I suspect, let's look at the two-party preferred, 53.5. I think that's probably locked in. So it looks like Adam Hort will be the new member for Kalamunda.
And Nedlands, what's happening there?
What happened there is that some more votes came in. Jonathan Huston's vote is just not very high, and the preference flows to the Labor Party were very strong on the preferences we've seen. So we've got 13 on the primaries, 2 candidate preferred, we've got 10 preference counts, and the swing's only 2.9%.
So he's saying the Liberals will probably win that in the late count, and I agree.
Thank God. If they're stronger for the Liberal Party, that swing will increase. So while
I just teaches you not to bet on elections you don't know that much about.
Shush. Labor's currently ahead. I suspect the Liberal Party is probably favoured to win that seat. But again, it's just not, it's 2.9%. This is a Liberal heartland seat, and that's all the swing they've got. And we've got 3.6 next door in Church.
I'd say, the overlapping results in Bullwinkle are probably the only thing the Liberals can point to as being encouraging.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah.
Quite a disastrous result. Let's go to Andrew Hastie, the federal Liberal member for Canning, joining us now once again.
All right. I don't care about this guy's waffle.
Says Anthony Green.
So I just want to talk a little bit more about Tangney, Kate Cheney, perhaps even Ian Goodenough, if that's how you pronounce it. What's your thoughts? What's your thoughts about those 3 seats after this? Do you think? I mean, take away like the fact that state politics is different than federal politics. What are your thoughts based on this?
Probably. I don't know if it's. I think it's decisive enough. Like in terms of, there's just so many different dynamics. Like in Tangney, it's purely a 2-party contest, and then in Curtin, the independent.
Yeah.
I think what it does show is that, like, the Liberals are going to struggle to win back their heartland, and that would chiefly be Tangney, Curtin, and then to some extent more. Like there's nothing in this election that's pointing to them gaining strength.
Yeah.
I would say.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I don't know about Ian Goodenough in Moore. We could look at a couple of the sort of seats which sort of correspond with Moore. If
that would be more like sort of Hillary's and Corrine, wouldn't it?
Yeah, Corrine. Is Scarborough part of Moore? It's sort of part of Moore, but so it's basically Hillary's, Corrine, Kingsley. I think Kingsley. Yeah, those kind of seats. So we'll go on to those. So Karine, the Libs did manage to get that, and the swing was pretty decent, 10%. And then Hillary's, the swing was about 8%.
9.5. Yeah, 9.5 on ABC.
What's this on ABC? Sorry.
ABC is saying 9.5% swing in Hillary's.
Oh, okay. Right. Okay. So, and then what were the other seats that I talked about?
Well, then if we go further south,
Kingsley.
it'll be Scarborough.
Yeah. And that one, the swing was, oh, it's broken on, oh, here we go, 5%. Okay, so, I mean, it's not like the Libs aren't doing sort of as sort of middlingly here as they're doing further to the south. So, they're certainly, this isn't where they're sort of like massive swings are sort of coming from, this kind of area, like where they're making this like on a statewide level, they're making about a 12% swing, right? It's not coming from this kind of area really, but it's not too bad for them. It's not like looking as bad as like how the stuff they're doing in the Tangney kind of area, where everything is kind of just like these really weak swings. So
go through the Tangney seats then.
Okay. So the Tangney seats are like Riverton, I think, is in Tangney. Yeah. And then like, is South Perth in Tangney? No, that's in Swan.
So Riverton, which has pretty much, so yeah, Riverton's 4.5% swing. The Labor holding that seat by about 6.5% on current figures. That's with 72% of the count in.
Yeah. And Bateman is the one where, yeah, it's like a 4.6%, and Riverton is
5.1 at the moment.
5.6. Yeah. Okay. So, I mean, there is enough swing. I mean, there is enough swing federally where the coalition would win it, right? But I think we have to look at everything sort of like respectively, right? Like.
Yeah, because the Liberal vote's coming off a much lower base at the state level than the federal level.
Yeah. So, I mean, if we look at the actual, just the two party prefers, right, for seats like Riverton, 55%, you know, and the Netherlands, like, I mean, it'd be much better to look at like booth by booth. Obviously, I'm not going to do that right now because I can't be bothered, but I'll let somebody else do that. But yeah, I mean, I do ultimately think that the Liberals will hang on to more, but yeah, this is for the case of Tangney, like it's looking pretty decent for Labor.
Yeah, I think this is the result they were looking for. If they were going to hang on to Tangney, I think the Liberals needed to win South Perth.
South Perth
and seats like that.
South Perth is Swan though.
Oh, but it's okay, fair. But it's that sort of region, like. Andrew Hastie just looks gone. Like he's just barely holding it together. I was just hearing snippets of what he was saying.
Should probably text my friend who's a candidate in Geraldton. Oh, sorry. I mean, he lives in Geraldton. He's not a candidate in Geraldton, and see how he's going.
Yeah.
Let's see. How are you doing? Winkle is looking very strong for the Liberals, but Taney is looking holdable for Labor. Yep, that's the kind of vibe I'm getting as well. And I will maintain. I think Kay Cheney's fine in Curtin. There's nothing to indicate here that she's really in trouble. You know. I get what you're saying. Like, oh, you know, it's different. But
I didn't hear that.
What did you say? Sorry.
I think your mic just cut out a little bit there.
Okay. I said there's nothing to indicate here that Kate Cheney is really in trouble. Like I get it's different, but that's not where the swings are on here. So if there was like a 10% swing in Churchlands or something, like I would have a different view. But what is the swing in Churchlands like?
4%, something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, like a 3.6% swing, and then in what is it like? Cottesloe, 5.2% swing from the Libs. Yeah, So I mean that's like I don't know what the two party preferred on that is, but I don't know if they've worked that out. But that's the seat where an independent is doing quite well in Cottesloe. Okay, let's see what my friend in Geraldton is saying. Okay, so this is from a Liberal candidate for the Legislative Upper House in WA. So here we go. I go, how are you doing? He goes, I'm Devo. I thought we would win more city seats and I thought it would be tighter in Geraldton, but I'm glad Labor is gone and it will send a message to the government. Wait, glad Labor is gone. Oh, in Geraldton he means. Yeah, okay.
But it's the Nats that picked that one up, isn't it?
I think. Well, I don't think it's been called yet. I don't think Geraldton's been called yet.
They're saying too early.
I think
it looks like the Nats are going to win it easily.
Yeah, I think the reason they're saying too early is maybe because they don't know who the battle is going to be between or something. I don't know. Maybe they think it might be between the Independent and Nationals or something. I don't know. So
possibly.
I don't know how it will go if it's the Independent versus Nationals. I don't know how that will end up.
The Nats vote looks a little bit too strong.
You think?
Especially at this stage of the count, yeah.
Yeah.
Like obviously, there's not enough of the count in.
Okay. Well, if it's Nationals versus Labor, it's over. But yeah, that's a very interesting sort of four-cornered contest there. I mean, the Liberals aren't going to make the two-party referendum, I don't think, because they just don't have enough preferences. But I guess it's
no way.
So I guess that's why my friend is sort of devastated because he's from Geraldton and he's a Liberal guy. So he should have run as a candidate in Geraldton. They would have won. All right, I'm going to check some comments. How was the actual ALP member for Tangia? As I once said to Angelo about about Parramatta, I think the talent of the MP will make a big difference. Is it Sam Lee in Tangney?
Sam Lee, yeah.
Is he popular? I think he's popular, right?
But I understand, yeah, he's popular. He works hard.
So yeah, I think, and obviously there's the sophomore as well. Yeah, I think I have to sort of give Tangney to Labor after this. In my upcoming prediction.
Yeah, I mean, I want to, before my opinion, I want to see the full counts and the full results. Just with the way like it's bounced around a bit in the last couple, like in the last hour with Churchlands and all that. I want to see the results before I actually make proper inference from them. Something that's interesting. On the Betfair exchange, the price basically hasn't moved since this morning for the overall result, Coalition Labor, the federal election.
Yeah, I know it's they're very slow to react on that stuff, aren't they?
Yeah, it's weird exchange.
Yeah. Okay, so cat sandwich. Here's a good comment. Moore it also is probably the closest thing Labor have to a pickup opportunity besides Sturt. What do you think about that?
Leichhardt. No. I would definitely have Leichhardt as a.
Is that just because of like the little bit of a swing towards Labor that's predicted in Queensland?
No. It's because of Warren Entsch retiring.
Okay.
his personal vote would be probably close to the margin.
Yeah, Eleni Cloud says that they think that Sam Lynn has a decent personal vote. And Bay Robertson says, "Are you surprised that the McGowan effect hasn't worn off?" Yeah, I am. I am. I mean, yeah, I am surprised that Labor's doing this well.
Well, maybe the McGowan effect isn't. It's not so much the McGowan effect as it is like the Liberals of 2021. Like how far have they come? Really? What is in the 4 years since 2021? Where have they been?
Bullwinkle's the only seat that's competitive. That's what they said.
Sandwich.
State vote.
I'd be on Labor in like that train if Labor did better in that area in the state election. Well, they.
Hang on. Hang on. I'm listening to the guy. 1 second.
Incredibly healthy for the Labor Party in those seats. However,
sorry,
the 2 PP swings were quite savage. They are under mortgage stress. There is economic insecurity in those seats. So I think all parties will be looking at those seats tonight and in coming weeks to see if there is opportunity there.
Okay, he's not saying anything definitive.
Is, there's still probably only Bullwinkles on the table.
He thinks only
I
Bullwinkles.
heard him mention.
Rita, what are your final
Yeah, I
thoughts?
heard him mention
Well,
Tangy
first of all,
has
I
like
thank you to my electorate West
seats.
for
Yes,
those
as well, maybe.
incredible numbers today, and thank my team.
Yeah, just getting back to
out there who've been
Leichhardt,
working very hard
the
for
swing
me
was
and
on in
David and my
Cook,
entire,
but
campaign.
it wasn't really on so much. Like I think the Labor vote held up a little bit better in the Cairns-based seats.
Okay.
So.
How about like is Mulgrave in the seat of Leichhardt? I'd be on the Labor in Leichhardt train if Labor did better in that area in the state election than they did. Oh, okay, right. You were basically responding to that. I see. Okay, right. Fair enough. Okay. Yep. All right. Is it time to look again at the Legislative Council? Let's see. Ooh, we're over 5% now. Let's have a look. So
Christians look good, 2.34.
We could
legalized cannabis look low, but it must still be rural boobs.
Legalized cannabis. Okay, so we can almost like pretend that these are out of it's I think it's almost 100,000 votes, right? So yeah, so I think that it's got, you can see here, Greens 4, Nationals probably 2. Although Nationals has sort of fallen back a bit, I think. WA Labour about 39%, Liberal Party about 30%. So about 40, 35, a bit over 10. And then One Nation will get 1. Legalized Cannabis will get 1. Christians will get 1. And then probably Independents. I mean, if it's just that one ticket, then they're actually doing pretty well. But yeah, I don't know about that last seat. That last seat is sort of a tricky one.
It could easily go to one of the majors. Have to wait and see what their sort of overhang.
Yeah. Animal justice usually, like, I remember there was that New South Wales election where they collected preferences really, really nicely. So maybe I'm still sort of putting my money on animal justice at this point.
Well, they probably do better in an optional preferential voting scenario than someone like a Christians or Hooters or something like that.
Alright. Well, I'm keeping my Legislative Council prediction the same. I'll just briefly show that again for everyone who might have missed it. Yep, keeping this the same. Shooters definitely underperformed. Libertarians underperformed. Liberals could get up to 13, maybe not. Let's see, 13 times 2.63 is 34. No, that's not happening. Okay, I don't think that's happening. And then Labour, let's see. Could happen. Labour could get 16, but probably not. All right, Anthony Green.
But I mean, those vote shares are going to change a lot.
Only 40% counted. Liberals 27.4. The Nationals has dropped as more of the city voters come in. The Greens very solid result on.
Actually, yeah, Labour might get 16. Actually,
3.8. Others 9. That change in votes occurred. Labour primary is down 16, but only 6% of that has gone to the Liberal Party. 4 to the Greens, bit to One Nation, bit to others. The minor parties were wiped out at the election, so to some extent, what we're seeing here is some of that vote
return of the minor parties.
In 2021.
Yeah.
Has Labor and went to Labor has gone back to those minor parties. It's flowing through to a two-party preferred swing at this stage of 10%. So at this stage, Labor's 59.5, which is still
hard to see the Free or Independent losing.
Maybe that will come down with pre-polls. There's a lot of pre-polls, a lot of absence still to be reported. But still, given that is still the second best result and the second largest majority in Western Australian political history. So let's look at that chamber as it fills in tonight. At the end of the evening, we have Labor on 43, which is 2 more than they won in 2017. The Liberals on 5 and the Nationals on 4. So there's a good chance that they will resolve who's going to be the opposition leader, and it will probably be the Liberal Party this time. And we'll look at, I think I've got some more likelies. No change there. What I will say, there's been some very complex counts. Kalgoorlie, Pilbara, Geraldton, Albany. Labor could lose a number of those. It's not as all clear who would finish second. At the moment up in Kimberley, Mr. Spackman, Darren Spackman, is leading the first preferences, but that included the Kununurra pre-poll, which is where he's from. I suspect once the mobiles are in, it won't be that sort of result. There's some very patchy results. There's a number of seats like Warren Blackwood where everybody's under 30%, so it'll be very difficult to work out for some time.
What the hell? Under 30% of Warren Blackwood.
It's been quite a... it's been a dramatic.
We still don't have
result for
anything
the
in
Labor
Murray
Party.
Wellington, I
Perth
think.
are doing much better than expected. In the regions, not nearly as good for Labor, but it's not exactly clear who's benefited in the regions. And there's going to be a few seats where it's going to be a good week before we're clear who's won.
Another extraordinary result, no doubt about it. Well, as many of you at home will know, last week, Anthony Green here announced that the forthcoming federal election will be his last as the ABC's chief election analyst.
And that means that this is his last WA election. His first was in 1993, and since then he's helped West Australians understand the results of 9 state elections.
I love these pictures, Anthony. Thank you for your superb work tonight. And in fact, more than 90 elections that you've covered over 3 decades.
90 elections, my God.
Anthony, the Premier, Roger Cook,
know,
sent you
it's
this
insane.
message from the campaign trail.
We just want to place on record our appreciation for everything that you've done, calling of elections across the country over the years. You are as Aussie when it comes to democracy as the democracy sausage. Congratulations on this important milestone. Wish you all the very best for the future. And on behalf of every Western Australian, thank you very much for making sense of this chaos which we call democracy.
Anthony, we had to embarrass you at the end of the night. There was no escaping it.
Many years ago, Richard Core introduced me once, and I said, the worst thing about being an election analyst is people blame you when they get the result they don't like. So at the end of that, Richard Core stood up and said, I'd like to thank Anthony for the 1996 election result. So I'm sure Roger's particularly chuffed with the result, actually.
Oh, look, you're the only one I know who gets praise from both sides of politics. They all love you, as we all do. So, Anthony, thank you for another cracking election night count for us.
And thank you also to our panellists this evening, the Deputy Premier and Treasurer Rita Safiotti.
Thank you.
And Liberal frontbencher Steve Thomas, thank you very much. Our state political reporter Kian Burke, thank you for your insights this evening. And Tabarak Al-Jarood at the big board, thank you. And Tony and Coz from Redbridge, thank you so much for joining us this evening.
And thank you, Ree. This has been a great coverage. Really good to spend it with all of you. That is WA votes for 2025. Labor winning a 3rd consecutive landslide term. At the close of counting, there's been a 2-party swing of around 10% to the Liberal Party. Labor has lost at least 4 seats, and as counting continues, it's projected to hold more than 43 in the next parliament, as Anthony said, and that's a very comfortable majority.
The Liberals have gained at least 3 seats and should become the formal opposition after tonight holding at least 5 seats in the Legislative Assembly. So far, the Nationals have won 4 seats, a gain of 1.
So this is a result that will have been watched closely by Anthony Albanese and Peter Dutton. And for full analysis of the federal implications and fallout for this, join us for Insiders live from right here in Perth tomorrow morning.
As counting continues over the next few days, you can stay up to date at news.abc.net.au from all of the...
All right, well, the ABC is finishing off, but I am going to stay on for a little bit longer just to have a look at things. We're probably not going to get these last seat results for until like during the week, but go on. What were you going to say? Sorry, Max?
Yeah, I was going to say it's not going to be clear exactly what's happened a little while yet, and that's probably going to have to wait till midweek. The two-party preferred statewide back at 42.58. So
right.
News Poll's still holding up with nearly 40% of the vote in.
Well, this is sort of unfortunate because a lot of the seats that I have money on are the ones that haven't been declared yet. So, so those are Albany, Geraldton, where is it? Nedlands, Pilbara. Yeah, all of those seats are the ones that I have money on. So, that's unfortunate. I guess I just have something to look forward to during the week. I mean, I think, Nedlands should go to the Libs and Geraldton should go to the Nats. And I think I'll break even, given that. But then, yeah, obviously if Pilbara, if that changes, or Albany changes, I'll make some more. So that's good. That's good. But there was saying something about Kimberley about there being like 3. Was it Kimberley that said there was like, oh no, it was like, it wasn't this one. It was like Warren Blackwood or something where there was
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, no one's going to clear 30. It looks like Harvard.
Wow, I see. Okay.
So the Nats and Labor are pretty much neck and neck, and the Liberals are just behind.
Mm-hmm.
The Greens are on 13.
Yeah,
That sounds like the Nats should win it, but
about who should win it? Sorry.
That sounds like the Nats should win it on Liberal preferences, no?
Yeah. Well, the Labor are ahead based on their projection, but
yeah, that's probably due to which votes have been counted.
Fair enough. Let's see here. I'll go back to like the chat. When you say all right, do you still predict them winning? What do you mean by all right? What is that in reference to? Netherlands was looking quite good earlier. Murray Wellington was 0 votes counted at the slack pricks. Okay. Roger Cook has the Liberal power. Oh yeah, I saw that. Hand waves the silenced his opponents. Who in like a premier? Like you mean how he just interrupted the Liberal leader? Is the guy here that asked about MMP? Are you still? Is he still here? I forgot what his name was. I'm sorry. If I scroll back in the chat. Oh yeah, Nadrini, are you still here? If Nadrini is still here, I could shit on MMP, but otherwise I'll just save it for the video I'll eventually make. From the previous message in chat about Libs federally. So yeah, okay. So what I'm saying is, this is a good sign for both Kay Cheney in Curtin and Sam Lee in Tangney. And I think it's okay. It's okay for the Libs in Moore, and it's good for the Libs in Bullwinkle. That's what I'm saying. The Al in Albany is pronounced like the Al in You Can Call Me Al by Paul Simon. I do know that song. Okay, so it's like Albany, right? Not all. Okay, Albany. Okay.
Albany.
Yeah.
So the curtain seats. I want to bring them up again. Have a proper look. It's something.
It's
something
all they're
to
all like
consider
they're all
too.
like a 4% swing. They're all like that. I mean, I know, and then I know again, it's an independent. It's not, but still. Luke Smith. How many times have you sighed when we've talked about curtain in this stream?
because I want to know how much of the vote is genuine, like independent, and how much of it is just sticking with a Labor government that they know and like.
I don't know. I mean, I just see that independent almost winning Cottesloe, which was like one of the only 2 seats that went to Liberal last time, and I'm just thinking like, and then in Nedlands, like the Liberal Party barely hanging on, and when there's like a huge swing against Labor everywhere else, and I'm just thinking like, okay, and then in Churchlands, like that Kerry Stokes plant, like winning by only a couple of percent. Like I just see that and just saying like, well, there's clearly not a huge enthusiasm for the Liberal Party here.
Yeah, true, but remember, she only holds it by like 1.4%.
And then Scarborough, isn't Scarborough part of Curtin as well?
Yeah, I'm just going through each of them.
Labor won that Scarborough when everyone like I get it. Like you're thinking like, oh, it's different. It's not the same as independent. I just see this and I just see like, wow, people really don't really like the Liberals that much here in this area. They just think it's all that area where they're too rich to feel like the household stress, right? They're too rich to actually really feel the hit of the cost of living crisis. So
yeah, either that or they're aware that they're not. That this isn't the referendum on that. And I think
a lot of other seats,
like that's what
it does seem like there's a bit of a referendum on that with these like minus 20% swings in some of these other seats against the Labor Party.
Right, but then we were probably looking at 30% swings to Labor going back 4 years. It was probably more likely that the outer suburbs were going to course correct a little bit more harshly.
Okay, so all right, well let's okay, I'll take one little look at the legislative. This has been updated at all. Oh, we're on 8% now. The Labor Party has really shot up, I think. Oh, maybe I'm just imagining things. They're 15,000 votes ahead of the Liberal Party. So yeah, I think maybe the Labor Party could end up with 16 seats at this point and deny Animal Justice getting a seat, something. And okay, so yeah, so federal implication, because that seems to be the topic on hand. So what exactly were the questions in chat? Let me see. Will Dutton? Okay, this has nothing to do with Dutton and Dixon. I don't think he's going to lose, just simply because of his personal vote.
And profile, particularly the profile.
The ABC coverage was saying this kind of outcome will lead to the LNP being in opposition for 2 more state elections. You can never tell that because you could just have like a massive fucking swing back. You know, it just depends what happens. You know. Gosh.
The only pathway back is if like they do a little bit better in the late count, get enough seats sort of under 10%, and then Basil ends up being like a really good opposition leader. That's literally the only way.
Oh, apparently Ava got a second vote. So somebody else voted for Joe Biden. So I don't know, like yeah, like the swings were like out here. What are they like out here and then up here? Like they aren't like over here and like in Tangney and stuff. And Where is Geraldton in Durack? Let's have a look. Oh, there's a decent amount of area that is like two-party preferred to Labour in Durack. Interesting. I've never sort of like looked into that. But yeah, Geraldton.
Well, yeah, as Norman was saying, there's those kind of mining, very sort of blue collar areas.
Geraldton. There are some parts of Geraldton that are two-party preferred Labour. Indigenous. Oh wow, I actually never seen that on Poll Bludger before. Indigenous 13%. Don't tend to look at seats like this on Poll Bludger because they're usually a sort of a foregone conclusion, you know. Anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, just a sneak peek of my betting on that tab. Will your prediction for March be a Labour swing from Feb? No, Labour are doing better at the moment in the polls, but it's just this whole thing where the election is going to be extended till May, right? Like that is just really throwing a spanner into the works, you know. Like if it was April, like I could make a sort of a more sort of like confident prediction, but because it's now being stretched to May, like I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what's going to happen with the budget and stuff, you know.
I still feel like you're overestimating the opposition's ability to maintain their front throughout that whole period, though.
Well, there's not going to be any more interest rate cuts. That's the thing. So people are still going to complain about the cost of living crisis, and the economy seems to be doing a little bit better. Like we saw that rise in the what's it called, the GDP per capita in December. So the economy is doing a bit better, but like people are still feeling pretty rough. So there's still going to be the same problems, and I think the Liberal Party and Dutton will try to reset after that really terrible week or two that they just had. And they'll go back to the sort of the drawing board and figure out a new strategy for stuff. So that's why I think just, you know, the things are still sort of up in the air.
Maybe, but hasn't their strength so far been basically just picking away at elbow in terms of his government? What we've seen so far in terms of coalition campaign is they're too scared to not commit to any of Labor's new spending. And they have like the nuclear costings and all that, and like all this, we'll tell you once we're elected stuff just hanging over their heads.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's none of what they've done in the past month or two has been very effective at all. I agree with that. Like that whole thing where they're gonna spend $3 billion on fighter jets just fell completely flat.
Yeah.
And that's one of their only policies that they've announced, their own policies that they've announced anytime recently. So,
and I wonder how much the policies that differentiate them more, like nuclear, cutting the public service, even like that tax write-off for small business lunches and entertainment or whatever. Has any of that landed? Is any of that winning new votes?
Yeah.
I feel like it's just more questions than answers really for a lot of swing voters.
I think the polls would improve their position. Yeah, I just think in I don't even know, I was pretty sort of bullish on the coalition winning Werriwa a couple of weeks ago, but I don't know about that one anymore. It
I would think that it's more a seat like Robertson or Parramatta, or maybe even if they weren't doing so badly in Victoria, it would be a seat like Chisholm that would be coming back to the table.
Okay.
Or a seat like Werriwa, personally, even though the margin's bigger.
Okay.
That's my thought.
Is that because they're sort of close, why would Werriwa be the one that would be sort of not coming back as much as those other ones?
Because that's where there's baked in anger at Labor.
Right,
little
okay.
things,
Okay.
little bits of election noise aren't going to affect things. But in a place like Parramatta, Dutton proposing to cut the public service is going to really hurt them.
Okay.
I can't remember. I think I had Parramatta going blue on my last map. It's probably going red now.
Okay. All right. Are there a lot of public servants in Parramatta?
Yeah, I think a lot of them are more state-based, but still.
Okay. Yep. Okay. Fair enough. Okay. Well,
It's
a
just
vibe
an area
thing.
where
It's a vibe thing anyway.
Yeah, it's a little bit it's a little bit less working class than it was, and a little bit more professional class.
Right. Okay. I see. Okay. Okay. I think we're probably gonna leave it there. Everyone, thank you everyone for coming. It's been a long night. I think it's one of the longest streams we've done, but usually because Sorman sort of packs it in pretty early. Yeah, and I'm pretty satisfied with what we've done with the upper house, but I think that last seat instead of Animal Justice it could go to Labor at this point. Like if their primary vote holds up as much as it is in the lower house. I mean, it usually does splinter a bit more in the upper house, but still. And then in the lower house, there's a lot that I think there is quite a few that have been called that I haven't given out. I think they're mostly like Labor seats, like West Swan. I think like there's no sort of doubt that a lot of these seats are just going to go to Labor. So, it really comes down to places like I think that probably that Fremantle will go to the Independent. I think it comes down to Geraldton probably go Nats. Kimberley probably stay Labor. Kalgoorlie, I think that one's a bit of a question mark.
William Pilbara, it's anyone's guess. Yeah.
Mandurah, Collie Preston. Murray Wellington wasn't the one with 30%. There was 3 with under 30%. That was Warren Blackwood, right?
That was the one with 0. Still waiting to hear from Murray Wellington.
We're still waiting to hear from Murray Wellington.
Right, we're still waiting.
What?
Not a single booth.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not kidding you. That's what it says.
Wow, God. Okay, all right. And Darling Range, I think that was with Labor. That's with Labor as well. So, I don't know what other 3 that they've given to Labor, but Liberals will. Do you think they'll be opposition? I think they'll probably be opposition when the. But yeah, pretty terrible night for Liberals and Nats. I mean, especially the Liberals, because the Nats, you know, like, let's say the Nats win. I'm not sure who was ahead in Warren. I think we said the Nats will probably win Warren Blackwood, and then they'll probably win Geraldton. And we'll say Labor wins Kalgoorlie, Labor wins Albany. We think that probably the.
I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure where else the Nats would have been to win. They've mostly, and this has been a bit of a feature of some state elections. Like I remember in Victoria, the Liberals went backwards, but the Nationals actually took back 3 seats.
Ignore the massive independent.
That goes back to kind of goes back to what you were saying earlier about the Nationals brand has. They've actually probably improved their stock a little bit. It's New South Wales where they're still quite weak.
Yeah, that's true. With all those independents, yeah. So yeah, probably the Liberals will have a couple more seats than the Nats. That's sort of the vibe we're getting at the moment.
I'd say so, yeah.
Yeah. All right. I'm just responding to comments before we finish up. Panel rate and public service stuff has turned some people I know off the coalition. Okay, interesting. I haven't been watching for long, but thanks as well. Thanks for coming. Bateman's call red. Oh, Bateman's call red. Okay, all right. That's.
I think it had been most of the night, hadn't it?
Yes. I'm starting to forget at this point.
Yeah. It's still pretty close, but no, I don't think the Liberals will get up on the late count there. They're still about 1.5% behind.
Look at how just pathetic this Liberal the ground they made is so lacking that it's just All right. And then what was that last comment? Yeah, Bateman's Labour. Okay. All right. Cool. All right. I see. Okay. So, yeah, we finished the night with the Liberals only just retaining their opposition status. The Labour Party defiant in majority, doing better than I expected, doing better than AE forecast expected, doing I think pretty similar actually to what that One and Survivor guy was predicting. Actually, I think the One and Survivor guy was almost pretty on the money on his predictions actually. So yeah, good job, One and Survivor. Shout out. He's got on Twitter. He's got on Twitter, everyone. Bye bye, Josh Anderson, and bye bye, Drip Psychic. Do you have anything to say to Max? Max, do you have anything to say?
Not particularly. Just important to keep an eye on the late count, I think.
Yes, I will be doing that.
Like, still so much vote outstanding, which probably won't change many results, but it might sort of change the complexion of the way some of these seats ultimately fall, which might impact what we end up drawing from it in terms of federal implications.
Yep, and I'll be looking at that definitely next week. Well, this week now. It is Sunday. I'm very tired, everyone, as you can probably tell. It's been fun. It's been a good 4.5 hours. It's the longest stream we've done. Upper Labour, says James Quinn. And yeah, I've got lots of money riding on these last couple of seats, so I'll be looking out for them, and I'll be doing some updates both in video form and in post form as well. So yeah, thank you, Mr. Max Anglo Election Foresights for some Anglo Election insights for joining me, and thanks to everyone for showing up for the stream. It's been really fun. Bye bye.